Chapter 40. The Eastern Martial Dynasty was a superpower that ruled over an entire region of the immortal martial realm. However, there were still other powers that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eastern Martial Dynasty. Naturally, it wasn't the Black Demon sect. The Celestial sect and the Martial God Mountain were two superpowers that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eastern Martial Dynasty. However, the Eastern Martial Holy Land was behind the Eastern Martial Dynasty. In the 19 prefectures of the Eastern region, all the city lords were appointed by the Eastern Martial Dynasty. East Peak City was no exception. Gu Fei had killed the East Peak City Lord and offended the Eastern Martial Dynasty. Unfortunately, the immortal envoys of the Eastern Martial Dynasty were in the vicinity. The immortal envoys of the Eastern Martial Dynasty, more accurately speaking, were patrolling immortal envoys. Those who could become patrolling immortal envoys were all earthly immortals. Only earthly immortals had the qualifications to become patrolling immortal envoys of the Eastern Martial Dynasty. The power of patrolling immortal envoys was so great that they could appoint and dismiss the city lords. They even had the power to kill the city lords. At this moment, the entire East Peak City fell into silence. The arrival of the patrolling immortal envoys caused everyone to be filled with fear. However, other than Gu Fei, his disciple and Mo, no one dared to look down on the patrolling immortal envoys. To Gu Fei and the others, they didn't care about how strong and terrifying the patrolling immortal envoys were. As for the Nine Sons ancestor, the Lin clan ancestor, Sword Immortal Qingfeng, and the others, they were all trembling in fear. How dare you look down on me? Kill. The patrolling immortal envoys roared in rage and pointed a finger at Gu Fei. A golden light immediately shot out from his fingertip, shooting towards Gu Fei. That was a golden flame, the true young fire. Although it was only a small ball of true young fire, if this ball of true young fire burned one's body, even a peak stage earthly immortal would be annihilated. Playing with fire in front of me? Gu Fei laughed and waved his right hand. The ball of true young fire instantly flew into his hand and was caught by him. What? The patrolling domain immortal envoy was taken aback when he saw Gu Fei directly swallow the small ball of true young fire he had shot out. Very good. I originally thought it would be very boring, but I never expected to meet an opponent in such a small place. The region patrolling immortal emissary's entire body emitted golden radiance, as if a golden sun was fixed in the sky, illuminating all directions. The patrolling immortal envoys were not like the East Peak City Lord. These patrolling immortal envoys were experts among the earthly immortals. Even if there were 10 or 100 earthly immortals like the East Peak City Lord, they would not be a match for the patrolling immortal envoys. Most importantly, the patrolling immortal envoy had an extremely powerful immortal artifact. There were only 7 patrolling immortal envoys in the entire Dongwu dynasty. When these 7 patrolling immortal envoys used their immortal artifacts, they could fight heavenly immortals. Patrolling immortal envoy? Is it very strong? Gu Fei snuffed out the true young fire and looked at the patrolling immortal envoys with an indifferent expression. Master, the patrolling deity envoy is the strongest existence in the entire Eastern region apart from the Eastern Martial Divine Emperor, the Eastern Martial Divine Leader, the Celestial Sect Master, and the Martial God Mountain Master. The Black Fiend Patriarch hurriedly said. Is that so? Gu Fei said indifferently. It sounds very powerful. Eat my arrow. Mo drew the skyquake bow in her hand and shot an arrow at the patrolling immortal envoy. A ray of arrow light seemed to ignore the distance between them and arrived in front of the patrolling immortal envoy in an instant. Bam! The ray of arrow light that Mo shot out exploded in front of the patrolling immortal envoy. An arrow that could kill an earth immortal could not hurt the patrolling immortal envoy at all. It only dissipated a portion of the golden radiance that was emitted from his body. Swoosh! At the same time, an immortal ray of golden light shot out from the patrolling immortal envoy's body and pierced through Mo. The ray of golden light tore through the void and left a pitch-black crack in the void wherever it passed. Tearing through the void with one strike? The Ninth Sun Patriarch and the other human immortals who were watching from the side were indescribably shocked. The patrolling immortal envoy's move was enough to kill them. Haha, Emotion, smiled charmingly. In the next moment, she moved like a phantom, leaving behind an afterimage on her original spot. The golden ray that descended from the sky blasted a bottomless hole where Emotion was standing a moment ago. Ice seal. At the same time, Jozairu also made her move. A sacred pearl rose from the top of her head, and a terrifying power of the moon exploded from this sacred pearl. The power of the moon soared into the sky and froze the void in the sky. The patrolling immortal envoy was also frozen. However, in the next moment, the patrolling immortal envoy broke through the frozen void and rushed out. He pressed his right hand towards Jozairu. Boom! 9 balls of fire appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the 9 balls of fire turned into 9 golden crows that pounced towards Jozairu. The temperature of the entire sky was rising rapidly. The patrolling immortal envoy's attack directly dispersed Jozairu's power of the moon. Jozairu couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the 9 golden crows pouncing towards her. In the next moment, she activated the lunar pearl with all her might. A transparent ripple immediately spread from the lunar pearl. Then, the 9 golden crows that descended from the sky were instantly frozen in the void by the power of the moon. Then, they fell from the sky and shattered into pieces. What? The patrolling immortal envoy was enraged. If a mere human immortal could not handle this, then he should not be the patrolling immortal envoy anymore. Turning sun saber. The patrolling immortal envoy roared angrily. A divine saber directly rushed out of his body and turned into a peerless saber radiance that slashed towards Gu Fei and the others below. Watch me overturn the sky with my palm. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly slammed his palm towards the patrolling immortal envoy in the sky. The violent palm energy seemed to turn the sky and earth upside down. The patrolling immortal envoy's powerful saber was actually dispersed by Gu Fei's palm just like that. Boom! With a muffled sound, the patrolling immortal envoy was sent flying thousands of li away by Gu Fei's palm. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart. He was extremely shocked. How is this possible? The patrolling immortal envoy was both shocked and furious. His opponent's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Is he really a human immortal? Someone asked doubtfully. Die. Gu Fei roared furiously. He pushed off the ground with both feet and shot into the sky. He instantly arrived in front of the patrolling immortal envoy. Without any suspense, Gu Fei sent the patrolling immortal envoy flying with a single slap. Even the immortal envoy's protective aura was shattered by his slap. The ancestral lord of the 9 suns and the others were already dumbfounded. That was a patrolling immortal envoy, yet he was no match for Gu Fei. In the end, Gu Fei snatched the turning sun saber from the patrolling immortal envoy's hand and punched the immortal envoy into a mist of blood. The patrolling immortal envoy was defeated? Everyone was in disbelief. After killing the patrolling immortal envoy with a single punch, Gu Fei descended from the sky and entered the hall. I'm leaving, Gu Fei said. East Peak City was only a small place. He needed to head to the central immortal region. That was where he could find the things he needed. However, after the news of Gu Fei killing the patrolling immortal envoy spread, the entire eastern region's cultivation world was in an uproar. Even the cultivators from other regions were shocked. Rumble. Half a day later, the entire City Lord's mansion in East Peak City suddenly shook. The next moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, the City Lord's mansion left the ground and flew into the air. The current City Lord's mansion was actually just an artifact. The original City Lord's mansion had been destroyed by the Black Demon Sect's patriarch. Whoosh! A brilliant immortal light suddenly burst out from the City Lord's mansion. A powerful energy wave spread out and shook the heavens. However, the entire City Lord's mansion disappeared in the next moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei's methods were too shocking. Master, in East Peak City, a figure holding a halberd looked in the direction where the City Lord's mansion disappeared and remained silent for a long time. He was the Black Demon Sect's patriarch. Gu Fei had defeated all his enemies and even killed the patrolling immortal envoy. This way, Gu Fei had completely offended the Dongwu dynasty. That was one of the most powerful forces in the entire eastern region. Although the Black Demon Sect's patriarch had obtained the heavenly demon halberd, he was not happy at all. The reason was very simple. The experts of the Dongwu dynasty would soon arrive. How would he contend against the Dongwu dynasty then? Gu Fei did not care so much and directly controlled the entire immortal palace to fly forward. Boom! Suddenly, the immortal palace shook as if it was hit by something. What? Gu Fei did not say anything, but Zhou Ziru and Imo Xian were shocked. Gu Fei, come out and die. A loud voice came from outside. Another one seeking death? Gu Fei was somewhat helpless. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and the entire immortal palace shook continuously. Immortal patterns continuously appeared on the immortal palace and intertwined to form ancient Dao diagrams. Gu Fei directly rushed out of the immortal palace. As soon as he appeared, a cold light directly slashed from the side. Clang! That cold light fiercely chopped down on his head, and actually made the sound of metal colliding. The beam of cold light was sent flying away. The people outside were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Reckless. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed a cultivator. Then, he exerted force and instantly broke the cultivator's neck. Then, he punched out and turned another cultivator into a mist of blood. Then, he roared at the third cultivator, directly causing blood to flow out of the cultivator's orifices. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. The group of cultivators outside was directly frightened by this scene and immediately turned to flee. This guy is simply a killer, someone said in horror. Damn it. At this moment, the leading cultivator was trembling all over and his legs were trembling. He was still barely standing in front of Gu Fei, but as Gu Fei walked step by step with his hands behind his back, this guy was even more unbearable. Who sent you here to die? Gu Fei looked at this frightened guy with a faint smile. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 4041. Gu Fei had left East Peak City and was heading to the central region with the immortal abode when he was suddenly attacked. In a fit of rage, he rushed out of the palace and killed 3 of the strongest cultivators. He then grabbed the leader of the group. Don't kill me. The leader was so scared that he peed his pants. A peak human immortal was scared to the point of peeing his pants. Some of the cultivators who were watching wanted to laugh, but could not. Who sent you here to die? Gu Fei grinned, revealing his white teeth. I am Cho Hai from Celestial Sect. My father is the great elder of Celestial Sect, Cho Tatian. Cho Hai uttered incoherently. Gu Fei's act of killing off 3 human immortals was simply too terrifying. Killing human immortals was like killing dogs. He's Cho Hai, the great elder of Celestial Sect, Cho Tatian. Even the sect leader of East Martial Sect has to address him as junior uncle. That Cho Tatian must have a son in his old age. I heard that he dotes on Cho Hai a lot. Cho Hai is the little overlord of Tianwu. Even the son of the sect leader would avoid him. Isn't he very powerful? Now he's a coward. The cultivators who were watching the fight started pointing at Gu Fei and Cho Hai. Looks like your reputation is not that great. Gu Fei said with a faint smile. This is a misunderstanding. Cho Hai said, You haven't told me who sent you here. At this moment, a voice filled with temptation rang out. Cho Hai's eyes immediately became a little dazed. It's Lu Qingchen. Cho Hai said without hesitation. Lu family of East Peak City? What a lingering ghost. Gu Fei said, Cut the weeds and remove the roots. Looks like the Black Demon Sect leader is not thorough enough. There are still fish that escaped the net. Imo Xian said with a smile, You should save your strength. Your bewitching techniques are useless against me. Gu Fei said indifferently. Ever since Imo Xian this little devil, cultivated the immortal devil body, her charm had reached a level where she could bewitch people with a single glance. However, this was simply like a game to Gu Fei. His Dao heart was so solid that it was unprecedented, so who could disturb his Dao heart? The Lu family was destroyed. Could he be Gu Fei? Someone guessed Gu Fei's identity. Where is Lu Qingchen? Imo Xian smiled faintly at Cho Hai. At this time, Cho-hai had already lost himself. He answered all of Emo Sien-er's questions. Heaven Martial City. Cho-hai's eyes were dull, as if he had become a fool. Bring us there. Emo Sien-er glanced at Gu Fei and said, yes. Cho-hai immediately turned around and flew forward in a flash of light. At this moment, Zhou Zairu also walked out from the immortal estate. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the immortal estate instantly flew towards him. The immortal estate rapidly shrunk and was kept into his sleeves. Oi, Gu Fei, why don't I take you as my master too? Emo Sien-er glanced at Zhou Zairu, who was beside Gu Fei, and said. She knew of Gu Fei's methods because Zhou Zairu was still a cripple who didn't know how to cultivate in the Supreme Origin realm. How long has it been since Zhou Zairu became Gu Fei's disciple? How long has it been since she ascended to the immortal martial realm with Gu Fei? She has already become a human immortal. Following Gu Fei, her future would definitely be boundless. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He didn't want to accept another female disciple. Actually, he didn't have the intention to do so. He only accepted Zhou Zairu because she resembled Zhao Zairu. Emo Sien-er was infuriated. The charm radiating from her grew even stronger. Even Zhou Zairu couldn't withstand it and had to use the divining pearl. Cho-hai couldn't withstand it at all. At this moment, even if Emo Sien-er told Cho-hai to commit suicide, Cho-hai would still do it. Very quickly, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city was brightly lit, resembling a bright lantern in the darkness of the night. The surroundings of the city were filled with twinkling lights. Places further away from the city were completely shrouded in darkness. This was the Sky Martial City under the night sky. Sky Martial City was an ancient city outside of the Sky Martial mountain range. This ancient city could be traced back to before the establishment of the Celestial Sect. The Celestial Sect had been established for 30,000 years. It was a sect that had existed for 10,000 years. This Celestial Martial City was even older than the Celestial Sect. No one could tell when this ancient city was built. Although the ancient city had experienced countless years, it still stood tall on the ground. This ancient city wasn't the ancestral grounds of the Celestial Sect. The ancestral grounds of the Celestial Sect was located in the Sky Martial mountain range, and the Sky Martial mountain was only 100 miles away from the Sky Martial City. From the Sky Martial mountain, one could see the Sky Martial City. Of course, in front of immortals, 100 miles was merely a step. Under Cho-hai's lead, Gu Fei and the rest entered the Sky Martial City. With Cho-hai leading the way, no one dared to stop them. Cho-hai was the Sky Martial overlord. Who dared to stop him? They came directly to a brightly lit pavilion in the city, from which came bursts of laughter and the sound of stringed instruments. Gu Fei couldn't help frowning as he looked at the pavilion. Haha, he's actually hiding in a brothel? Emo Sien-er laughed. One look, and you can tell that it's a brothel. Zhou Zairu pointed at the entrance of the pavilion and said, there was a horizontal board with the words Wind Moon Pavilion written on it in flamboyant calligraphy. Is Lu Qingchen inside? Emo Sien-er asked Cho-hai. Inside. Cho-hai replied stiffly. Hee, I'm going to take his head. Emo Sien-er smiled charmingly. Then, she took light steps and walked into the Wind Moon Pavilion. Cho-hai was like a fool as he followed Emo Sien-er inside. Gu Fei frowned and did not say anything. Young Master Cho. Faint voices could be heard from the pavilion. However, in the next moment, there was a commotion in the pavilion. Then, the people inside ran out like crazy. They were all people with messy clothes. There were even 7 or 8 rays of light that rushed out of the pavilion and stood in the void outside the pavilion. Gu Fei glanced at the sky and saw through those people's cultivation. These 8 people were young, handsome, and elegant. 2 of them were even immortals, and the rest were in the god realm. They were only one step away from becoming a human immortal. The cultivation of the rich young masters in the Sky Martial City was so strong, Gu Fei was a little surprised. Under the coverage of his spiritual will, there were martial artists everywhere in the Sky Martial City. There were strong and weak auras everywhere. There were more than 10 auras that were as bright as the sun in the sky. That was the aura of immortals. Compared to the aura of immortals, the others' auras were as insignificant as fireflies. Young Master Cho killed young Master Lu. This, in the sky, a young man in purple clothes with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes said in shock and confusion. He had a trace of evil aura. At this moment, a person walked out of the Wind Moon Pavilion. He was covered in blood, and he was holding something in his hand. It was a head. This person was Cho Hai. Ha ha! A charming woman in white walked out from behind Cho Hai. Her laughter was filled with charm. Even the two immortal hedonistic suns in the sky couldn't help but feel bewitched when they heard it. Such a powerful soul-sucking demonic sound. The young man in purple clothes regained his senses and hurriedly used his Xin Qi to resist the soul-sucking demonic sound. The other immortal young man also used his Xin Qi to resist the soul-sucking demonic sound. Gu Fei, how are you going to thank me for helping you kill the remaining member of the Lu family? Xian came in front of Gu Fei and said with a faint smile, I didn't ask you to kill him. You are the one who wants to kill him. What has it got to do with me? Gu Fei shrugged his shoulders and acted as though he didn't care. You. Xian was speechless when she heard this. Gu Fei really didn't ask her to kill Lu Qingchen. Who are you? How dare you commit murder in the Sky Martial City? The young man in purple clothes looked cold as he shouted at Gu Fei. Scram! Xian shouted at the young man in purple clothes. She was feeling annoyed. What did you say? How dare you ask our boss to scram? Do you know who our boss is? One of the immortals beside the young man in purple clothes said angrily to Xian. I'm not interested to know. Xian said coldly. What an arrogant girl. I like it. The young man in purple clothes smiled evilly. Kill them. Xian pointed at the two immortals in the sky. Roar. Cho Hai, whose mind was controlled, soared into the sky and pounced at the young man in purple clothes. Cho Hai, are you crazy? The young man in purple clothes dodged immediately. However, Cho Hai turned a deaf ear to him and continued to attack the young man in purple clothes. Preposterous. The young man in purple clothes was shocked and infuriated. He opened his mouth and spat out a light blade towards Cho Hai. Swoosh! The light blade slashed across Cho Hai's neck. Cho Hai's head flew up and blood spurted up to a height of 30 feet. What? The young man in purple clothes was dumbfounded. The immortal beside him was shocked too. Big brother. You killed young Master Cho? The immortal's voice was trembling. This. The young man in purple clothes was dumbfounded too. He didn't expect to kill Cho Hai with a casual strike. Cho Hai was a human immortal. What happened? Roar. Just as the young man in purple clothes killed Cho Hai, an angry roar came from the Martial Sky Mountain 100 miles away. The entire area was reverberating. *T. The young man in purple clothes and the other young man's faces turned green when they heard the roar. Haha, this is fun. Xian clapped her hands and laughed. Demon woman, is this your doing? The young man in purple clothes pointed at Xian and shouted. Io, you killed him. It has nothing to do with me. Xian shrugged her shoulders and said, You. The young man in purple clothes was shocked and angry. At this time, Gu Fei frowned. Then, a figure appeared in the sky above Martial Cloud City. Everyone felt their bodies sink as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The great elder of Celestial Sect, Cho Tatian, had arrived. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 4042. A silhouette appeared in the sky above Heaven Martial City. A terrifying aura spread across the city, shaking the entire sky and earth. Countless martial artists in the city were dumbfounded. Big brother, what should we do? How would I know? The purple-clothed youth's face turned pale. He was the one who personally killed Cho Hai, the little tyrant of the Sky Martial Continent. At this moment, even if he knew that it was Xian's doing, he couldn't deny it. Who killed my son? Seeing the headless corpse on the ground, the person in the sky went crazy. His terrifying aura surged again, shaking the entire Heaven Martial City. Great Elder, please calm down. A figure dashed out of the city lord's mansion. Song Tianming, my son was killed in your place. Do you know that? Cho Tatian roared at the man. What? The city lord of Heaven Martial City, Song Tianming, stumbled and almost fell from the sky. Cho Hai is dead? Song Tianming was dumbfounded. Cho Hai was the little overlord of Heaven Martial City. He was the only one who killed people. Who would dare to kill him? At this moment, Gu Fei and the rest retreated to the side to watch the show. Emocian, Er's trick was so good that even Gu Fei couldn't help but admire her. Who killed Cho Hai? Come out now. Song Tianming was enraged. Killing Cho Hai in his territory was like a slap to his face. Father! Father! The young man in purple was trembling. Greenwood Sword Chi, it's you? Die. The great elder of celestial sect, Cho Tatian, suddenly turned pale and slapped Song Yu with his palm. Rumble. A huge palm appeared in the sky. It was like a huge mountain, crashing down on Song Yu, shaking the entire sky. The great elder of celestial sect was a peerless cultivator at the peak of the earth immortal realm. This attack was enough to wipe a city off the ground. Great elder, please have mercy. The lord of Heaven Martial City, Song Tianming, was shocked. He quickly took action, and a dazzling purple-green sword light rushed out of his body. It turned into a huge dragon and directly collided with the huge hand that was descending from the sky. Boom! With a loud rumble, the huge dragon formed by the sword light and the huge hand that descended from the sky dissipated at the same time. A terrifying power rippled out and countless hair-like black cracks appeared in the void. The Heaven Martial City Lord, Song Tianming, was knocked back thousands of feet. His face flushed red and the blood in his body churned. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The great elder of the celestial sect, Cho Tatian, was only slightly flustered. The two immortal martial experts had already determined who was stronger. Song Tianming, how dare you allow your son to commit murder and kill my son? Today, I will not live under the same sky as you. Cho Tatian glared at Song Tianming, his eyes spitting fire. He had a son in his old age and doted on him to the extreme. However, who would have thought that his precious son would actually be killed by the Song clan's Song Yu in Heaven Martial City right under his nose? The Song clan was the most powerful clan in Heaven Martial City. Song Tianming was the city lord, and he was a member of the Dongwu dynasty. But so what? The celestial sect had never been afraid of the Dongwu dynasty. Great elder, there must be a misunderstanding. My son Song Yu and your son Cho Hai were good friends. Why would my son Song Yu kill your son Cho Hai? Song Tianming's forehead was covered with sweat as he stared at Cho Tatian nervously. Is the Greenwood Sword Chi on my son's wound fake? Cho Tatian shouted. By then, Cho Tatian's disciples had already carried Cho Hai's body to Cho Tatian. Everyone in Heaven Martial City knew that the Greenwood Sword principle was the secret of the Song clan. It had always been passed down to the males and not the females. My son is a peerless genius. He became a human immortal in less than 300 years of cultivation. How dare you kill my son? I will bury the entire Song clan with my son. Cho Tatian was infuriated. He finally had a son who was a martial arts prodigy with a bright future. But now, it was all over. It's not me, it's that witch. She controlled young Master Chiu. Song Yu pointed at Emocian, who was standing in front of the Wind Moon Pavilion. Song Yu and his brother were scared out of their wits. Cho Tatian was someone that even the celestial martial sect leader had to treat with respect. It was no joke that he wanted to destroy the Song clan. Cho Tatian's divine will enveloped Emocian. He could not help but frown when he saw the irresistible charm that she exuded. Hee, this is so funny. You and Cho Hai were jealous of each other and fought. You killed Cho Hai and now you're blaming it on me? Many people saw you arguing with Cho Hai just now. Emocian smiled seductively. Song Yu, who was in the sky, felt as if his soul had been stolen. Even Earth Immortal Realm experts like Cho Tatian and Song Tianming were dazed. What a powerful, bewitching technique. Cho Tatian snapped out of his daze. You were the one who killed my son. Die. Cho Tatian reached out a hand to grab Song Yu, without giving him a chance to explain. Great elder. Of course, Song Tianming could not just watch his son be killed by Cho Tatian. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack. A sharp greenwood sword shot out from his hand and slashed at Cho Tatian's hand. All of you deserve to die. Qiu Taishan's hand clashed with Song Tianming's green wood sword ray, producing a series of clanging sounds. It was as if two metals were colliding. Song Tianming was forced to retreat, but he waved his sleeves and kept his two sons in his sleeves. It was not difficult for an Earth immortal realm cultivator to open up an inner world. Kill. Qiu Tatian roared and charged towards Song Tianming. Kill. Destroy the Song clan and avenge our junior brother. Qiu Taishan's disciples charged towards the governor's mansion. Even if the celestial sect leader came personally, he would not be able to stop the battle. Boom. A troop of soldiers rushed out from the governor's mansion. Each soldier was wearing thick armor and held a spear in their hands. Thousands of soldiers formed a battle formation and charged towards the disciples of the celestial sect. The entire heaven martial city was shaken by the outbreak of the battle. Countless people ran out of the city in fear and rushed towards the city gates, trying to leave the city. A beam of sword light swept past, and a pavilion was cut in half. The upper half fell from the sky, crushing countless people to death. A huge hand slammed down from the sky. Boom. The battle soldier that had stepped forward was smashed into meat paste. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This was a battle between immortals and mortals. The power of the heaven martial city governor was not to be underestimated. The celestial sect was even more powerful. Moreover, the celestial sect's ancestral land was on the heaven martial mountain 100 miles away. Suddenly, rays of light shot out from the heaven martial mountain and flew towards heaven martial city. What's going on? Why is Great Elder Qiu fighting with the heaven martial city governor all of a sudden? The higher-ups of the celestial sect were startled and ran out. For the fastest updated novel, please visit Chapter 4043. Qiu Taishan's nature was like a raging fire. He wanted to destroy the Song clan of heaven martial city. A great battle broke out. Countless cultivators from both sides collided with each other. Blood splattered everywhere as cultivators fell one after another. The ground in front of the city lord's mansion was gradually dyed red. Heaven Martial City was a very important city in the Dongwu dynasty, especially since it was very close to Heaven Martial Mountain. This was the territory of the celestial sect. Therefore, the city lord of Heaven Martial City was personally chosen and appointed by the overlord of the Dongwu dynasty. Although the Song clan of Heaven Martial City was not on the same level as the celestial sect, the Song clan was backed by the entire Dongwu dynasty. Soon, someone in the city lord's mansion spread the news. 300 miles away from Heaven Martial City, the city gate of another city suddenly opened. A group of battle soldiers, led by an immortal general, rose into the sky and flew toward Heaven Martial City. This was actually an army composed entirely of true martial realm warriors. Although there were only more than 1,000 of them, the battle formation formed by more than 1,000 people directly crushed through the air, unexpectedly giving people the feeling of a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses. Cities further away also received the news and sent their armies to support Heaven Martial City. In a short period of time, with Heaven Martial City as the center, all the cities within a radius of 3,000 miles were alarmed, and they all sent their most elite troops to reinforce Heaven Martial City. In fact, the Dongwu dynasty had already surrounded the celestial sect. The purpose of the encirclement was not to destroy the celestial sect, but to keep an eye on them. Boom. Just when the clouds were moving, Qiu Tatian broke Song Tianming's greenwood sword qi with one punch. Song Tianming fell from the sky and smashed into a pavilion. Roar! Song Tianming roared. Countless greenwood sword qi shot out from his body and destroyed everything in its path. The air rippled as the sword qi passed. One with the sword kill. Song Tianming fought with all his might. Song Yu was the future of the Song clan. He could not let Song Yu die in Qiu Taishan's hands. Therefore, he had no choice but to fight with Qiu Tatian. He turned into a dazzling sword qi. The greenwood sword qi filled the air. The sword qi shot into the sky as if it was going to break through the heavens. Buzz! In the next moment, the sword light that Song Tianming had transformed into sword into the sky. It was as if a sword had split the entire world in half. Endless sword qi spread out, and the surrounding houses kept collapsing. More than 10 celestial sect disciples nearby were sliced into 1,000,000 pieces by the invisible sword chi. This was a true death by 1,000 blades. Good timing. Cho Tatian bellowed and took a step forward. His right fist was like a meteorite falling from the sky, crashing down at the unstoppable sword aura. He cultivated the ultimate martial body, the celestial martial body. His martial body was extremely powerful. At his level, he could fight against peerless divine weapons with his bare hands. Cho Taishan's fist collided with the peerless sword aura in the next second. Then, Song Tianming's sword light actually collapsed. A figure fell out of the void, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. The blood dyed the front of his chest red. Cho Taishan's entire sleeve was shredded into thousands of pieces. His arm was streaked with hideous wounds. "You can hurt my celestial martial body?" Cho Tatian was shocked. The celestial martial body was the most powerful physique-enhancing skill in the celestial sect. He had only cultivated this skill to the intermediate level, and he could already fight against divine weapons. If he could cultivate the celestial martial body to the phenomenal level, no one in the entire eastern region would be a match for him. With the phenomenal level of the celestial martial body, he could kill a celestial immortal with one hand. However, throughout the history of the celestial sect, only the founder of the celestial sect was able to cultivate the celestial martial body to the phenomenal level. After the founder of the celestial martial body, no one else was able to cultivate the celestial martial body to the phenomenal level. Cho Tatian, are you really going to fight to the death? Song Tianming's body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured. However, his desire to fight was still strong. He could still fight. Rays of condensed sword aura circled around him. Nonsense. Unless you hand over that little bastard, Song Yu, I will fight to the death, Cho Tatian roared. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. He was about to enter a berserk state. He wanted justice for his son. Then there is no room for negotiation. Fine, let's fight to the death, Song Tianming said with a sinister smile. 9 revolutions, step back to the peak. Song Tianming revolved the secret art. In the next moment, the boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth converged towards him from all directions. The wounds on his body healed rapidly, and his aura continued to rise. In an instant, Song Tianming's injuries were completely healed. His aura was much stronger than before. 9 revolutions, heaven reversal art? Cho Tatian stared at Song Tianming and enunciated each word clearly. Interesting. Gu Fei, who was watching the show from the side, was surprised to see Song Tianming execute such a secret art. He didn't expect such a heaven-defying art to exist in the immortal martial realm. The 9 revolutions heaven reversal art was similar to the Ascension secret art that Gu Fei had mastered. Of course, the 9 revolutions heaven reversal art could not be compared to the Ascension secret art. Master, this secret art is so powerful, Zhou Ziru exclaimed. This secret art could actually allow the heavily injured Song Tianming to return to his peak. To Zhou Ziru and Imo Xian'er, this was a miracle. Using a secret art to defy the heavens requires paying a heavy price, Gu Fei said indifferently. At this moment, Song Tianming seemed to have heard Gu Fei's words. He glanced at Gu Fei. What price? Zhou Ziru asked curiously. I've never cultivated such a secret art before. How would I know? Gu Fei shrugged. Won't you know if you keep watching? Imo Xian'er laughed. She didn't expect Cho Tatian to fight against the entire Song clan. That's right. Gu Fei nodded. He could tell with a single glance that Song Tianming's current state wouldn't last long. Once he broke free from it, it would be the end of his life. At this moment, on the ground, the two camps were locked in a stalemate. In the air, Song Tianming and Cho Tatian were fighting again. A sword that shakes the 9 heavens. Song Tianming didn't hold anything back and attacked with all his might. The greenwood sword lit up the sky. An immortal ray of sword light descended on Cho Taishan's head, its sword aura spreading for 3,000 miles. Everyone stared at the peerless sword in the sky in astonishment. The sword was so breathtaking that even the Sword Emperor of the Eastern region wouldn't be able to execute such a move. Martial breaks the universe, invincible battle body. Cho Tatian gave it his all. With a furious roar, a layer of divine light surged out of his body, and the power of the purest yang erupted from his body. In the next moment, a divine sun seemed to have appeared between heaven and earth. Boom! Chapter 4044. The Lord of Heaven Martial City, Song Tianming, fought with the great elder of celestial sect, Zhou Tatian. He didn't hesitate to use the 9 transformations heaven reversal technique to recover his peak combat power. Zhou Tatian wasn't someone to be trifled with either. His celestial martial body was extremely powerful. He turned into a godly sun and fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the immortal sword light that shot up into the sky collided with the descending godly sun. In an instant, the entire world became silent. An extremely terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, space would tremble violently, and countless black spatial cracks would appear. That's terrifying. The worldly immortals in Heaven Martial City were shocked. The void was cracked by the 2 of them. This kind of power was probably close to that of a celestial immortal. In front of this kind of power, worldly immortals were just a joke. Even if it was a mighty aftershock, it still directly sent them flying. If the Heaven Martial City had not been protected by the power of the formation, the destructive force that had descended from the sky would have completely wiped out the entire city. Hey, Gu Fei, are the 2 people in the sky stronger, or are you stronger? Emotion faintly smiled as she spoke. Her every action was filled with seduction. However, what made Emotion depressed was that no matter how she tempted Gu Fei was like a block of wood. He didn't even see her. This kind of Dao heart wasn't something a young man could have. Emotion couldn't see through Gu Fei. However, her intuition told her that as long as she followed Gu Fei, she would gain something unexpected. Gu Fei shook his head. Immortals were nothing in his eyes. One should know that before he was reincarnated by the first demon, he was a supreme being in the eternal realm. The terror of a supreme being in the eternal realm was unimaginable. He could destroy a great world with a thought, and he could crush the heavens with a finger. Immortals were nothing in front of a supreme being in the eternal realm. You can defeat an earth immortal as a worldly immortal? Emotion said in disbelief. It's not like I haven't killed earthen immortals before. Gu Fei said indifferently. That's true too. Emotion suddenly came to a realization. This fellow was a killing god. Back in East Peak City, he had killed so many people that the entire city was filled with terrified cultivators. Thinking of this, Emotion tactfully kept her mouth shut. At this moment, the outcome of the battle in the sky had already been decided. The Heaven Martial City City Lord, Song Tianming, had a bloody hole in his chest. His entire body was stained with blood, and there were countless cracks on his body. It was as if his entire body could shatter at any moment. Zhou Tatian was also in a sorry state. His clothes hung on his body like rags, and there was a vertical mark between his eyebrows. He actually fell for it. The light in Zhou Tatian's eyes gradually faded. In the end, he fell from the sky. What? Everyone was shocked to see this. Zhou Tatian was defeated? Zhou Tatian was at the peak of the earth immortal realm. How is that possible? The great elder is dead? All the disciples of the celestial sect panicked. While the celestial sect disciples were panicking, the soldiers of Heaven Martial City destroyed the battle formation of the celestial sect disciples. The disciples of the celestial sect were defeated and chased out of Heaven Martial City by the soldiers of Heaven Martial City. Great Elder, the elders of the celestial sect were stunned. They were shocked and angry at the same time. No one expected that the Great Elder would be defeated by Song Tianming. Song Tianming, Song family, good, very good. An elder of the celestial sect gritted his teeth and glared at Song Tianming. However, right at this moment, Song Tianming's entire body suddenly exploded into a cloud of bloody mist with a bang. His body and soul were directly destroyed. Witnessing this scene, the celestial sect elder who had rushed towards Song Tianming was stunned. What was going on? Was this the legendary explosion on the spot? The whole city was silent. Song Tianming was dead. It turned out that in this battle between Earth Immortals, both sides were injured. Both of them had fallen. This was a battle with no winner. At this moment, countless soldiers rushed over from all directions. Countless powerful auras appeared in the air. Does the Eastern Martial Dynasty really want to start a war with our celestial sect? An elder of the celestial sect stood out, his voice echoing throughout the sky and earth. The Eastern Martial Dynasty and the celestial sect were the supreme powers of the eastern region of the immortal martial realm. If these two powers were to fight, the entire eastern region would be affected. No one wanted to see this happen. Look at what you've done. Gu Fei glanced at Emocien and shook his head. This little demoness was definitely someone who wanted to see the world in chaos. Hee. Emocien laughed, feeling very proud of herself. At this moment, several powerful auras appeared in the vicinity of Heaven Martial City, and they were rushing towards Heaven Martial City. On the Heaven Martial Mountain, there were also many powerful beams of light soaring into the sky, flying towards Heaven Martial City. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire region was incomparably tense. War beasts roared, and supreme immortals appeared one after another. So many immortals. Zhou Zairu was speechless. At this moment, tens of immortals had gathered in the vicinity of Heaven Martial City. Among them, there were even Earth immortals. The immortals from both sides were facing off against each other. Once a battle broke out, it would truly be an immortal war. An immortal war, that was no joke. One must know that any random martial immortal had the ability to destroy cities and countries. If a war between immortals and gods erupted, it would definitely be an incomparably terrifying matter. Just like the battle between Song Tianming and Chou Tatian. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation, which greatly weakened the power of the battle, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles would have been razed to the ground. The battle was about to begin. Everyone was incomparably nervous. However, just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a long roar suddenly rang out from the peak of the Heaven Martial Mountain. The sect leader has come out of seclusion. All the elders and disciples of the celestial sect were surprised and overjoyed. Now that the sect leader had come out of seclusion, the people from the Eastern Martial Dynasty were going to be unlucky. Some of the elders of the celestial sect laughed loudly. However, at this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. That ray of golden light directly extended from the distant sky to the sky above Heaven Martial City. A middle-aged emperor wearing a crown and a dragon robe was walking toward them step by step on the golden path. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord? Seeing this person, the elders of the celestial sect immediately stopped laughing. Chapter 40-45. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord and the Celestial Martial Sect Master, the two big shots of the Eastern region, had actually appeared at the same time. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Brother Tianwu, it's been 1,000 years. How have you been? Royal Lord Eastern Wu stepped on a golden path, and behind his head, 9 immortal wheels appeared indistinctly. It was as if a peerless immortal lord had descended, shocking everyone. It's been 1,000 years since we last met, but the Imperial Lord's cultivation seems to have improved greatly. At this moment, a white shadow appeared at the peak of Tianwu Mountain. Then, he walked through the air, as if he was going to ascend into the heavens at any moment. He took a step forward and arrived in the sky above Heaven Martial City. Isn't Brother Tianwu the same? A half-step heaven immortal, right? Imperial Lord Eastern Wu said. What? When the group of immortals heard this, they were shocked beyond words. The Celestial Sect Master was already half a step into the Heaven Immortal stage. One must know that there was only a single heavenly immortal in the eastern region of the immortal martial realm, and that was none other than the Saint Lord of the Eastern Martial Sacred Grounds. The Eastern Martial Sacred Master was the most outstanding existence in the eastern region in the past 10,000 years. He only cultivated for 100 years to become a human immortal, 300 years to become an earth immortal, and another 3,000 years to finally become a heaven immortal. As long as one cultivated to become a celestial god, one's lifespan would be close to limitless. However, the Eastern Martial Sacred Master, who had cultivated to become a celestial god in 3,000 years, was absolutely incredible. One should know that some people were stuck in the human immortal realm for their entire lives. Even if they cultivated for tens of thousands of years, it would still be difficult for them to break through to the earth immortal realm, let alone the heaven immortal realm. In the eastern domain, there were quite a number of human immortals. However, there were not many earthen immortals. There was only one heavenly immortal. As long as the Eastern Martial Saint Master didn't make an appearance, the half-step Heaven Immortal Celestial Sect Master would be able to suppress the entire Eastern region and be almost invincible. Royal Lord, didn't you also take that step? The Celestial Sect leader said calmly. The Overlord is also a half-step Heaven Immortal? The Dongwu Dynasty's city lords were pleasantly surprised. This is a rare opportunity. How about we exchange pointers? Overlord East Martial Overlord said to Celestial Martial Sect Master with a smile. The Tianwu Grandmaster looked at the East Wu Overlord indifferently and said, "That's what I was thinking. All right, then let's fight in the sky." After Imperial Lord Dongwu finished speaking, he soared into the sky and entered the starry sky. The Celestial Martial Sect Master raised his head and glanced at the sky. With a few steps, he had already caught up with the Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor. This was a terrifying existence that surpassed the earthly immortal realm. They could instantly enter the boundless starry sky, pluck the stars and the moon, and swallow the sun. They were practically omnipotent. Some people were indescribably shocked, but very quickly. Some people recovered from the shock and rushed into the sky to watch the battle. This was a once-in-a-blue-moon battle. A battle between half-step heavenly immortals was a great temptation to everyone. Of course, except for Gu Fei. Xian, and Zhou Zairu couldn't sit still as they watched the streaks of light rise into the sky and enter the starry space. "Master, are we going to watch the battle?" Zhou Zairu said. Xian also looked at Gu Fei. "What's there to see?" Gu Fei calmly replied. To those in the immortal martial realm, a battle between half-step heavenly immortals was exceedingly rare. Nobody wanted to miss out on this opportunity. However, to him, this was simply a fight between children. What was there to see? Gu Fei, let's go and watch. Xian said. Let's go and watch. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Although a battle between half-step heavenly immortals was useless to him, it would still be beneficial to Zhou Zairu and Xian. As he spoke, Gu Fei waved his sleeves and directly brought Zhou Zairu and Xian up into the sky. In an instant, they entered the starry space and arrived near the two figures who were confronting each other. The Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor and the Celestial Martial Sect Master's aura rose rapidly. A powerful pressure spread out, causing the surrounding stars to tremble as though they would fall from the sky at any moment. All the martial immortals who entered the starry space didn't dare to go near them. The powerful pressure of a half-step heavenly immortal wasn't something they could withstand. The Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor and the Celestial Martial Sect Master were the two hegemons of the Eastern region. Both of them were usually in closed-door cultivation, especially the Eastern Martial Sect Master, who had been in closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. This time, if the Grand Elder wasn't killed, he would still be in closed-door cultivation. He was already a half-step heavenly immortal. If he advanced another half-step, he would become a true heavenly immortal old ancestor. At that time, he would be invincible in the Eastern region and could compete with the elites of the Central Heaven region. The immortal martial realm, the Central Immortal Realm, was the paradise that immortals and gods yearned for. Boom! At this moment, a star behind the Eastern Martial Sect Master exploded, followed by a second, a third. The stars around the Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor were also exploding. So powerful. Zhou Zairu and Xian had never seen such a shocking scene before. Both of them were incomparably shocked. The surrounding stars could no longer withstand the powerful aura that erupted from the two experts. That's all there is to it, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Kill. The Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor suddenly roared. In the next instant, a golden battle dragon rushed out from his body. This battle dragon pounced towards the Eastern Martial Sect Master. The battle between half-step heavenly immortals erupted. Roar! The Eastern Martial Sect Master roared in rage. He circled his hands in front of him, and a surge of yin and yang energy gushed out from his hands, colliding with the golden battle dragon. Rumble. A dull, thunderous sound of impact resounded. An incomparably real golden battle dragon directly dissipated in the void. At this moment, the Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor had already punched towards the Eastern Martial Sect Master. The violent fist energy shook the surroundings, causing the entire starry sky to tremble and the stars to explode. Good timing, the Eastern Martial Sect Master shouted. He also punched out with the force of a landslide towards the Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor. The two fists instantly collided, and the two figures instantly separated. Good. The Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor shouted. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. Within the golden light, one could see a golden dragon swimming around. Tyrant Dragon Fist. The Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor directly displayed his killer move. An extremely tyrannical aura immediately gushed out from his body. As he punched out, a huge tyrant dragon appeared between heaven and earth. Heavenly Martial Technique. The Celestial Martial Sect Master did not dare to be careless. He also displayed the most powerful divine power of the Celestial Martial Sect. He punched out and directly blocked the Tyrant Dragon Fist. The violent impact shook his arm so much that it felt as though it was about to break. Good Lord! The Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor was shocked and angry. He did not expect his opponent's cultivation to be so strong. Mad Dragon devours the sky. The Eastern Martial Imperial Emperor roared angrily. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from his body. The huge dragon opened its mouth and sucked towards the Celestial Martial Sect Master. The Celestial Martial Sect Master actually flew towards the huge dragon involuntarily. Rumble. Chapter 40-46. In the starry sky, the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord and the Celestial Sect Leader were fighting endlessly. Both of them were half-step heaven immortals and were extremely powerful. Two powerful forces kept clashing against each other, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. From time to time, a huge star would explode and the vast destructive aura caused the martial immortals who were watching the battle to palpitate. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was domineering as he struck out the Eastern Martial Imperial family's most powerful killing technique, the Tyrant Dragon Fist. The violent power shook the heavens and the earth. The Celestial Sect Leader was forced to retreat continuously. Heavenly Martial Technique. The Celestial Sect Leader no longer hid his strength and had no choice but to use his most powerful Shin art. Rumble. The Celestial Sect Leader's body seemed to be filled with thousands of thunderbolts. An unimaginably powerful force erupted from his body. In the next moment, the Celestial Sect Leader transformed into a towering giant. With a slap, he dispersed the ferocious dragon shadow that rushed out of the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord's body and sent the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord flying 100 miles away. Roar! The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord roared into the sky, and a huge dragon shadow appeared on his body again. It was as if a real dragon soared into the sky and collided with the Celestial Sect Leader's Wu Ji. This was an incomparably shocking scene. A giant fighting a dragon. The giant dragon swung its tail, and more than a dozen stars nearby exploded. It was terrifying to the extreme. They are going all out. Gu Fei saw this scene and said indifferently, "All out?" Zhou Ziru and Imo Xian were shocked when they heard this and quickly stared at the two experts who were fighting. One should know that this kind of battle between half-step heaven immortals was not something that anyone could come across. If they could learn something from it, it would definitely be very beneficial. Those who could enter the starry sky to watch the battle were almost all heaven immortal realm experts. Only a few god realm experts could enter the starry sky with their immortal weapons. Everyone was staring at the two people who were fighting, especially those earth immortals. They did not even blink. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord and the Celestial Sect Leader had already taken a step beyond the earth immortal realm. All of these earthly immortals wanted to take this step and obtain what they wanted from this war. Only Gu Fei was bored to death. To him, this kind of battle couldn't give him any inspiration at all. What he needed to do now was to increase his strength with all his might. He didn't lack anything. What he lacked the most was power. To be more precise, it was Yuan Qi, heaven and earth Yuan Qi, and especially the most original essence of the world. By then, the battle between the two half-step heavenly immortals had reached its most critical moment. Boom, bam, in the starry sky, wherever the man and dragon passed by, everything was destroyed. Even the void was cracked by pitch-black spatial cracks. It was incomparably terrifying. Both of their cultivations were infinitely close to becoming celestial immortals, but they were just a little bit away. As long as they could comprehend it, they would become celestial immortals immediately. These two fellows, Gu Fei shook his head. As long as he willed it, he could immediately turn these two guys into heavenly immortals. This battle would only result in a lose-lose situation. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord and the Celestial Sect leader knew that if they continued to fight, it wouldn't be beneficial to either of them. Hence, after exchanging a blow, they retreated. The heaven and earth Dharma idol manifested by the heavenly martial art stood in the starry sky. Each of its fingers was bigger than a star, and its eyes were like two divine suns. Under the influence of the Celestial Sect leader's Dharma idol, the human immortals who were watching from afar were trembling in fear. So strong. When will I be able to have such a cultivation base? Zhou Ziru, who was beside Gu Fei, sighed. It won't be long before you surpass them, Gu Fei said indifferently. Zhou Ziru was his disciple. It wouldn't be good if her cultivation base was too low. To the people of the immortal martial realm, cultivating to the celestial immortal realm was extremely difficult. But to Gu Fei, it was extremely easy. Not fighting anymore? Everyone was surprised. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord and the Celestial Sect leader were facing each other. A gigantic dragon silhouette appeared from the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord's body, resembling a mountain range. The aura it exuded seemed to be able to crush the heavens and earth. Brother Tianwu, how about it? Do you still want to fight? The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord smiled as he spoke to the Celestial Sect leader. Why? Haven't you had enough fun yet? The Celestial Sect leader stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Hee, let's end things here today. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord replied. How about our Supreme Elder died in Sky Marshal City? What about this debt? The Celestial Sect leader coldly asked. The smile on the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord's face instantly vanished. Brother Tianwu, our Sky Marshal City Lord Song Tianming has also died. What about this? The Sky Marshal City Lord Song Tianming had died. The inner world he created had also collapsed. His two sons had also died. It could be said that this was a battle with no winner. Regardless of Sky Marshal City or the Celestial Sect, many of their disciples had died. Especially the deaths of Song Tianming and Cho Tatian. Both sides suffered heavy losses. This was instigated by the Song clan. If Great Elder Cho hadn't lost his beloved son, why would he have come to Sky Marshal City? The Celestial Sect leader laughed coldly. If that's the case, what do you think we should do? The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord asked solemnly. The Eastern Wu dynasty shall retreat from Sky Marshal City. The Celestial Sect leader stared at the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord and said seriously, What? Brother Tianwu, your appetite is too big. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord was displeased. Sky Marshal City was an extremely ancient city. Moreover, it had a good geographical location, and it could be used to monitor the Celestial Sect. If he were to give Sky Marshal City to the Celestial Sect, it would be equivalent to handing over the control of this area to the Celestial Sect. Why? Can't I? The Celestial Sect leader's tone turned cold. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord's expression changed. Finally, he laughed and said, All right. It's just a mere Sky Marshal City. I shall give it to you. Good. Then we shall meet again someday. The Celestial Sect leader said as he charged down from the starry sky. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. This, old ancestor Zhuyang and the other worldly immortals of Sky Marshal City were shocked. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord was going to give Sky Marshal City to the Eastern Wu sect just like that? Sky Marshal City is going to change, someone said in shock. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord also stepped on the golden path and left. This Imperial Lord was decisive in his actions. He was indeed a formidable person in the Eastern region. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but nod in approval. The battle ended. Gu Fei opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The power of the stars in the sky immediately gathered towards him. The stars in the entire star field darkened. Someone noticed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. "Let's go," Gu Fei said as he was about to leave with Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian. These three Taoist friends look unfamiliar. At this moment, a person walked towards Gu Fei and the others. "You don't look familiar either." Mo Xian smiled at that person, and the power of charm exploded. That person seemed to be taken aback and was almost charmed by Mo Xian. However, he was only dazed for a moment and immediately woke up. "You are..." Zhou Zairu looked at this young man in white and frowned. "I am Sword Immortal Qingfeng. Are the three Taoists going to participate in the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering?" Sword Immortal Qingfeng said. "Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering?" Gu Fei was a little confused. "Don't the three of you know about the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering?" Sword Immortal Qingfeng asked in surprise. Mo Xian smiled and said to Sword Immortal Qingfeng, "What is the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering?" "Hee. So the three of you are really from outside. You actually don't know about the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering." Sword Immortal Qingfeng then started talking about the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering. It turned out that tens of thousands of years ago, there was a peerless, earthly immortal who comprehended Tao on the Cloud Platform for 36 years. One day, the Cloud Platform Immortal suddenly descended from the sky, and immortal light shone on the world. That earthly immortal senior actually comprehended Tao overnight and became a celestial immortal. Then, with a swipe of his finger, he carved out a deep abyss on the Cloud Platform Mountain. From then on, the Cloud Platform Mountain became the gathering place for countless human immortals. Countless human immortals wanted to comprehend the celestial immortal Tao left behind by that senior. As time passed, the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering came into being. "Isn't the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering very lively?" Mo Xian said. "This is a grand gathering. I heard that the descendants of the imperishable sects and clans in the Central Immortal Realm will all come to this year's Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering." Sword Immortal Qingfeng said. "Then let's go and have a look." Mo Xian said and looked at Gu Fei. It's not a bad idea to broaden your horizons." Gu Fei nodded and said, "Then how about we go together?" Sword Immortal Qingfeng said. "I don't mind." Gu Fei shrugged and said. Therefore, they didn't return to Heaven Martial City, but headed straight for the Cloud Platform Mountain. An hour later, an endless mountain range appeared in front of Gu Fei. At this moment, there were more streaks of light nearby. Everyone headed towards the Cloud Platform City. Today, the Cloud Platform City was very lively. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the city. 30 miles away from the Cloud Platform City, there was a mountain peak that had its top shaved off. That was the Cloud Platform Mountain. Interesting. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that the Cloud Platform Mountain was really enveloped by a type of law. Ordinary cultivators didn't even have the right to approach the Cloud Platform Mountain. Those who could reach the peak of the Cloud Platform Mountain were even rarer. After Gu Fei and the others entered the Cloud Platform City, they settled down in a courtyard in the city. "Let's go to the market," Gu Fei said and brought Mo Xian, and Zhou Zairu out of the courtyard. Under the guidance of Sword Immortal Qingfeng, they came to the market of the Cloud Platform City. As soon as Gu Fei arrived at the market, he saw something good. It was a small crimson tree. This was the Crimson Flame Tree. It was something that cultivators of the Fire Tao dreamed of. The Fire Sun fruit that grew from the Crimson Flame Tree was an immortal fruit that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. "I want this," Gu Fei said to the stall owner. 100 supreme grade immortal crystals, the stall owner said. All right. Gu Fei didn't lack immortal crystals. He immediately took out 100 supreme grade immortal crystals in exchange for the Crimson Flame Tree. Put down the Crimson Flame Tree and get lost. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. Then, a group of people rushed in front of Gu Fei. Chapter 40-47. Countless human immortals and earth immortals gathered at the cloud platform city. The market was even more crowded. Almost all the clans in the eastern region had come. Even disciples from the heavenly sects and divine sects from other regions had come to participate in this event. Simply put, the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering was the day for all immortals to shine. Anyone who could ascend the Cloud Platform and comprehend the Sky Immortal Tao Law left behind by the Cloud Platform Celestial Immortal would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step. In the market, just as Gu Fei was picking up a crimson flame tree, an angry roar was heard. Then, a group of people rushed in front of him. "How dare you take something that I've set my eyes on?" A young man in embroidered robes glared at Gu Fei. Behind him stood a dozen ferocious-looking fellows. Their auras were extremely powerful. They were all martial experts. This young man was even a half-step human immortal. It was incredible to be able to cultivate to the half-step human immortal level at such a young age. This young man offended young Master Yun. He's in trouble. The last person who offended young Master Yun was thrown into a mass grave outside the city. Someone pointed at the scene. "Young Master Yun, this, didn't you say that you don't want this crimson flame tree anymore?" The old man's face paled in fright. This young Master Yun was the little tyrant of the Cloud Platform City. His father was the City Lord, a powerful Earth immortal. If it wasn't for his father's support, this young Master Yun wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly in the city. "I've changed my mind." "No way," young Master Yun said arrogantly. Fine. The old man was terrified. He turned to Gu Fei and said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm really sorry. I'm not selling this crimson flame tree." Young Master Yun, can you give me some face?" Sword Immortal Qing Feng said unhappily. He was the one who invited Gu Fei's group. Now that they were treated like this, he felt humiliated. Sword Immortal Qing Feng? Young Master Yun's expression changed, and he glanced at Gu Fei. So what if he's Sword Immortal Clearwind? Our young master is definitely taking this scarlet flame tree. A middle-aged man behind young Master Yun said disdainfully. Sword Immortal Qing Feng's eyes flashed upon hearing this. A little brat who wasn't even an immortal god dared to disrespect him? Human immortals were not to be insulted. Just as he was about to make a move, an elderly servant beside young Master Yun suddenly stepped forward and positioned himself between young Master Yun and Sword Immortal Qing Feng. This elderly servant was very inconspicuous, but now that he had stepped forward, he was like an insurmountable mountain standing before Sword Immortal Qing Feng. Human immortal? Sword Immortal Qing Feng was astonished. Gu Fei watched from the side without saying a word. Even Emocian, and Zhou Zairu were watching the show. Sword Immortal Clearwind. What a great name. The azure-robed old servant raised his head and looked at Sword Immortal Qing Feng with a hint of disdain in his eyes. This was an elderly man with an ordinary appearance. However, no one in the market dared to look at this azure-robed old servant in the eye. "You are..." Sword Immortal Clearwind couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the appearance of this old servant. "What, are you going to stand up for these people?" The azure-robed old servant looked at Sword Immortal Clearwind with a hint of a smile. Sword Immortal Clearwind's expression changed. Who would have thought that the mighty Saber Monarch would become someone else's servant? Saber Monarch, the legendary invincible Saber Monarch who once split a mountain with a single slash. This old servant is Saber Monarch? How is this possible? Among the onlookers, there were many disciples from large clans and families. Saber Monarch was a renowned figure in the Eastern Realm. Why would he become the servant of a young thug? "Wang Kai, kill them for me." Young Master Yun's chin tilted upwards with a look of disdain. It was as if he was ordering the execution of some pigs and dogs. "Brat, who do you think I should kill?" Emocian was displeased and immediately used her charm technique on young Master Yun. "What did you say?" Young Master Yun's eyes immediately became dazed, as if he had lost his soul. "Kill yourself." Emocian's smile was so charming that even an immortal would find it hard to resist, let alone young Master Yun, who was only a half-step immortal. Young Master Yun wasn't the only one. Even the people behind young Master Yun were mesmerized. Then, they slowly pulled out their weapons and touched their own necks. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were extremely shocked. This woman is naturally seductive. Incredible, someone said in a low voice. Ja. Seeing that young Master Yun was about to slit his own neck, the azure-robed old servant suddenly shouted. His shout was like a slap to the head, jolting young Master Yun and the others awake. When young Master Yun and the others saw that they were about to slit their own necks with their weapons, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Young Master wants you to die. Accept your fate. Saber Monarch, no, Wang Kai, raised his right hand and used his palm as a saber, slashing at Emocien. Wang. The void trembled, and the saber aura was vast and mighty. A dazzling azure saber radiance cut through the void and slashed at Emocien. Damn it! Sword Immortal Qingfeng raised his right hand, and a ray of sword light shot out from his hand, blocking the azure saber radiance. The powerful shockwaves sent the onlookers flying. The entire market was thrown into chaos. The old man who set up the stall was in an even worse state. He coughed up blood and was sent flying. Qingfeng, do you really want to fight? Wang Kai stared at Sword Immortal Qingfeng and asked. They are my friends, Sword Immortal Qingfeng said. Sword Immortal Qingfeng said sternly. Then you can die with them, the old servant said as his body trembled. An unimaginably powerful immortal energy erupted from his seemingly thin body. At this moment, it was as if a heavenly saber was unsheathed. Wang. A divine saber rushed out from the old servant's body and was grasped in his hand. The instant the old servant held the divine saber, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Terrifying saber aura spread out, and the surrounding void seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. If you want to fight, then fight. I will accompany you to the end. Sword Immortal Qingfeng stretched out his right hand, and an immortal sword immediately appeared in his hand. Sharp sword aura spread out from his body, and the onlookers retreated again and again. Only Gu Fei and the others remained standing behind Sword Immortal Qingfeng, not taking even half a step back. The mighty Saber Monarch has become Wang Kai, haha. Sword Immortal Qingfeng laughed loudly. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. A name is just a code. The old servant said calmly. You Saber Monarch. Sword Immortal Qingfeng wanted to make fun of the Saber Monarch and make him reveal an opening. However, the Saber Monarch's face was already indifferent, as if he had seen through the mundane world. The Saber Monarch's state of mind was definitely not a good thing for Sword Immortal Qingfeng. The two powerful cultivators were facing off, and everyone was shocked beyond words. Sword Immortal Qingfeng versus Saber Monarch. This battle was enough to excite everyone. You are no match for him. Chapter 40-48. Haha, Wang Kai, kill them all for me. I've never been unable to get anything I want. Young Master Yun shouted arrogantly in Yuntai City. That's right, young Master is mighty. All of young Master Yun's lackeys began to shout excitedly. Teeth, you don't know what's good for you. Emocien said disdainfully. Gu Fei wasn't a good-tempered person. There are always people who want to die in this world. Sigh. Gu Fei let out a sigh. Who do you think wants to die? Wang Kai, break that brat's limbs. I want him to regret being born into this world, young Master Yun said arrogantly. Dao Jun, who was Wang Kai, didn't say anything. He was shocked to find that he couldn't see through the black-robed youth's cultivation, but the two girls beside him were both immortals. These two girls were too young, but they were already immortals. These people must have powerful backgrounds. Dao Jun was invincible in the eastern region in the past. With a blade in his hand, he forced countless human immortals to bow their heads. If he couldn't see through them, he wouldn't be Dao Jun. I'm no match for him? Sword Immortal Qingfeng said in disbelief. He's already an earth immortal. How can you be his match? Gu Fei looked at the skinny green-robed old servant and said indifferently. What? He's already an earth immortal? Hearing this, Sword Immortal Qingfeng was extremely shocked. A layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. An earth immortal, and a saber monarch at that. He hurriedly retreated. Who are you people? Dao Jun looked at Gu Fei with a serious expression. I'm the person your young master wants to kill. The crimson flame tree is right here. Come and take it if you can. Gu Fei held the crimson flame tree and looked at the arrogant young Master Yun. This fellow was too arrogant. From this, it could be seen that countless people in the entire Cloud Terra City had been harmed by him. Die. Dao Jun hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still made his move. A simple saber slashed towards Gu Fei. There was no dazzling saber light, nor was there any heaven-shaking momentum. However, the clear wind sword Immortal's pupils contracted violently when he saw this slash. The Saber Monarch was indeed the Saber Monarch. This slash had already surpassed the human immortal realm. This slash alone was not something that the Clearwind Sword Immortal could block. Humph! Isn't this guy doomed? Young Master Yun sneered. Hee, these people are really digging their own graves. A wretched-looking youth behind young Master Yun said. He stared at Emo Xian without blinking. Young Master, if you can bring the Crimson Flame Tree back, Lady Feng heir of the Medicine God Valley sect will be very happy. Another fierce-looking young man said. It turned out that young Lord Yun wanted the Crimson Flame Tree in order to please the young mistress of the Medicine God Valley sect. The Medicine God Valley sect would not miss the Yuntai gathering. However, in the next moment, young Master Yun was stupefied, and his eyes almost fell to the ground. He saw that the black-clothed youth had actually reached out and grabbed Dao Jun's saber. How is this possible? Sword Immortal Qingfeng was also dumbfounded. This was Dao Jun, an Earth Immortal Realm Dao Jun. He was definitely much more powerful than the Dao Jun of 30 years ago. 30 years ago, Sword Immortal Qingfeng had fought with Dao Jun. At that time, the two fought for a day and a night. In the end, Sword Immortal Qingfeng was defeated by Dao Jun. 30 years later, Sword Immortal Qingfeng met Dao Jun again. This time, Dao Jun had become Wang Kai, an old servant of a young thug. However, Dao Jun's cultivation had reached the Earth Immortal Realm. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. It had only been 30 years. 30 years was like the blink of an eye to an immortal. But now, Sword Immortal Qingfeng might not even be able to withstand 10 moves from Dao Jun. However, this Gu Fei had caught Dao Jun's saber with his bare hands. Not only Sword Immortal Qingfeng, but everyone who was watching the battle from afar was also dumbfounded. Everyone knew how powerful and terrifying Dao Jun was. According to the legends, he was the most powerful Earth Immortal. He had defeated almost all of the Eastern Realm and was invincible among his peers. Dao Jun was also dumbfounded. He had already overestimated Gu Fei. He didn't expect Gu Fei to surprise him with one move. Let go. Dao Jun circulated the energy in his body with all his might. The saber in his hand began to vibrate. However, Gu Fei's right hand still held onto the saber firmly. You're the one who should let go. Gu Fei suddenly grinned. In the next instant, Dao Jun felt the saber in his hand shake. The saber in his hand flew out of his control and into his opponent's hand. The Saber King was scared out of his wits. Most of his cultivation was focused on his saber. Whoosh! With a flash of saber light, Dao Jun's head flew into the air. The mighty Dao Jun was killed by Gu Fei with one slash. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. No one dared to believe what they had just seen. That was Saber Monarch. You killed Wang Kai? Young Master Yun's voice was trembling. The lackeys behind him were so scared that their legs had turned to jelly. Emo Xian walked over. In the next moment, young Master Yun and the others were controlled by Emo Xian. She picked up their weapons and started killing each other. In a short while, they all fell to the ground, dead. Oh no! He pierced the sky. Sword Immortal Qingfeng exclaimed. What are you afraid of? Zhou Ziru said. Her master had killed Earth Immortals before. Her master's battle prowess seemed to have increased again. Killing Earth Immortals was like killing chickens to her. Young Master Yun is the only son of Yuntai City's lord. We're doomed. Sword Immortal Qingfeng's business was fighting. At this moment, the entire market was silent. No one spoke. They all stared at Gu Fei, dumbfounded. He killed Dao Jun and young Master Yun. This guy was too fierce. This was Yuntai City, young Master Yun's territory. It would be difficult for them to leave the city now. Roar! At this moment, An angry roar was heard. A figure appeared in the sky above the market. My son. It was a tall, middle-aged man. When he saw young Master Yun lying in a pool of blood, his eyes turned red and he almost fell into madness. How dare you kill my son? I will tear you into pieces. The man was completely enraged. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's group. He wanted to capture them. Do you have the ability? Gu Fei said indifferently. In the next moment, he held the divine blade in his hand and slashed upwards in a seemingly casual manner. The light from the blade soared into the sky. Gu Fei's blade slashed apart the hand that was descending from the sky. It was as if the entire world had been split in half. What? The Yuntai city lord was shocked. He hurriedly retreated. A piece of his sleeve floated down from the sky. This? Chapter 40-49. The Cloud City Lord was both shocked and angry. How could this guy be so powerful at such a young age? Gu Fei's casual slash almost cut off the Cloud City Lord's arm. Not just the Cloud City Lord, but the other Sky Immortals were also shocked. Cloud City was too close to the Cloud Mountain. The Cloud City Lord could often climb the Cloud Mountain to sense the Sky Immortal Tao left behind by the Sky Immortals. The Cloud City Lord was an expert among Earth Immortals. His cultivation had reached the peak of Earth Immortal. Apart from Sky Immortal Patriarchs, there were few who could rival him. Fellow cultivator, you've gone too far. Why did you kill my son? The Cloud City Lord stared down at Gu Fei. I killed him. What are you going to do about it? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. You! The Cloud City Lord was enraged. However, Yi Futian could easily kill Saber Lord. Yi Futian's cultivation was definitely not lower than his. He couldn't be impulsive. Otherwise, he might die in Yi Futian's hands. At that moment, immortal lights were being emitted non-stop from the Grand Cloud Mountain. Each and every ray of immortal light was an incomparably powerful martial immortal. The martial immortals stopped and watched from afar. Who is that? I've never seen him before. An old man covered in fiery light said. He dares to challenge the Cloud City Lord at such a young age. The younger generation will surpass us in time. A middle-aged woman in palace makeup exclaimed. Don't tell me he's from the Central Immortal region. Someone exclaimed. The Immortals were shocked when they heard that. I heard someone from the Central Immortal region is here for the Cloud Mountain gathering. The old man said, if you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. Gu Fei said impatiently. Awesome. Sword Immortal Qingfeng didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Gu Fei to be so powerful. This was the Cloud City Lord, one of the strongest Earth Immortals in the entire East region. The Cloud City Lord was not someone the East Mountain City Lord could compare to. Kid, you're too arrogant. At this moment, an old voice was heard. Then, with a dong sound, a layer of divine light appeared in the sky and enveloped the entire Yuntai city. At this time, four white-robed old men appeared in the surroundings of the Cloud City. Each of them had the cultivation base of an earthly immortal. As soon as the four old men appeared, a terrifying aura of destruction descended upon every living being in the city. Killing array? Gu Fei glanced at the four old men in the sky and said indifferently, Haha, kid, today is the day you die. The Cloud Terrace City Lord laughed. He had been waiting for this moment. The killing array of Cloud Terrace City was activated. The four old men were the four great elders of Yuntai City. Under the control of the four elders, the killing array could even put up a fight against a heavenly immortal, let alone this youngster in black who was not even a heavenly immortal. In the immortal martial realm, heavenly immortals could be referred to as old ancestors. Even in the central immortal realms, heavenly immortals were considered experts of the immortal path. Outside the central celestial domain, celestial immortals were invincible existences. In the entire eastern domain, there was only a single celestial immortal patriarch. Is that so? Gu Fei laughed. Brother Gu, this is bad. Sword Immortal Clearwind wasn't as calm as Gu Fei. What's wrong? Gu Fei asked indifferently. The killing array of the Cloud Terrace City is extremely powerful. It's said to be able to contend against heavenly immortals, Sword Immortal Clearwind said, his voice trembling. A killing array that can contend against heavenly immortals? Emocian, and Jozairu exclaimed in shock. Although they hadn't been in the immortal martial realm for long, they knew how powerful heavenly immortals were. Heavenly immortals were invincible existences. Although Gu Fei was powerful, it was hard to say if he was to fight against a heavenly immortal. To think that we would be able to witness the killing array of the Cloud Terrace today. This trip to the Cloud Terrace Immortal Gathering wasn't made in vain, someone exclaimed. Isn't that sword immortal Clearwind and fellow Taoist Gu Fei? At this moment, a beam of celestial light rushed over from the horizon, and an expert appeared in the sky. Around him, there were 9 sun-like divine lights faintly shining. Fellow Taoist 9 Suns, you've only just arrived. The old man shrouded in fiery chi greeted the 9 Suns ancestor. I was delayed by something. Fellow Taoist, why are you fighting against fellow Taoist Gu Fei? The 9 Suns ancestor exclaimed in shock. Gu Fei was a peerless monster. In East Peak City, he had killed so many people that their heads rolled. Are you talking about that black-robed young man? I heard that he killed the only son of the Cloud Terrace City Lord, the Blazing Flame ancestor said. What? The 9 Suns ancestor was taken aback. The hatred of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. No wonder the Cloud Terrace City Lord used his final trump card to fight against Gu Fei. Fellow Taoist 9 Suns, do you know the origins of that black-robed young man? The beautiful woman asked. The 9 Suns ancestor replied, I do. He's a ruthless character that killed so many people in East Peak City. What? He's Gu Fei? The beautiful woman exclaimed in shock. Gu Fei. The surrounding immortals were all astonished. Gu Fei's name had already spread throughout the entire eastern region. Die. The Cloud Terrace City Lord shot up into the sky. With a wave of his hand, bolts of lightning appeared in the air. Then, the bolts of lightning bombarded Gu Fei and the rest. Each bolt of lightning emitted a powerful aura of destruction. Gu Fei raised his hand, and the bolts of lightning that descended from the sky immediately gathered in his hand. He grabbed them, and a ball of lightning appeared in his hand. What? The Cloud Terrace City Lord could not help but be shocked. This is going to be fun. Outside the Cloud Terrace City, the crowd of immortals became nervous. A battle of this level was rare. The Cloud Terrace City Lord used all his strength to activate the killing array. A terrifying aura spread from his body, as if a peerless god of death had descended. The power of the gravitational killing array? Gu Fei held the ball of lightning in his hand, looking at the Cloud Terrace City Lord in the sky. He was not in a hurry to make his move. Brother Gu, take advantage of the fact that his strength is still increasing to strike first. Sword Immortal Qingfeng said anxiously. Let him increase his strength, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. He really did not care about this kind of killing array. Little guy, you're courting death. The Cloud Terrace City Lord's aura continued to rise. Soon, he broke through the Earth Immortal stage and broke into the half-step Heaven Immortal stage. He was going to use the killing array to forcefully push his cultivation to the Heaven Immortal stage. This way, he would be like a Heaven Immortal who had descended into the world, invincible in the entire eastern region. Roar! The Cloud Terrace City Lord roared into the sky. An extremely terrifying aura exploded from his body. In the next moment, all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles were terrified. The entire world was shaking. Heaven Immortal, the crowd of immortals outside the Cloud Terrace City was shocked to the extreme. The aura from the Cloud Terrace City Lord made their souls tremble. Oh no! Sword Immortal Qingfeng's face was pale. He was terrified. Even Emocian, and Jozairu were shocked. Heaven Immortal. How could Master be a match for a Heaven Immortal? Jozairu was shocked and worried. However, Gu Fei looked up at the Cloud Terrace City Lord in the sky with a calm expression. Little guy, I really admire you. The Cloud Terrace City Lord grinned as he stared at Gu Fei below. Sigh, why are you forcing me to make a move? Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He really did not have the urge to make a move against an existence of this level. How arrogant. Die. The Cloud Terrace City Lord roared angrily. He pressed down with both hands and the void beneath his palms collapsed. Countless black, spatial cracks appeared in the void. A violent force pressed down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei held the divine saber of Dao Jun and slashed upwards. In the next moment, the saber light shot up and broke through the void. In an instant, it was in front of the Cloud Terrace City Lord. What? The Cloud Terrace City Lord was in disbelief. This guy was only in the worldly immortal realm, but his combat power was unbelievable. He could actually break through the power of a heaven immortal. How is this possible? The immortals outside the Cloud Terrace City were shocked. A worldly immortal fighting a heaven immortal? This was too unbelievable. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Clang! A ray of sword light shot out from the Cloud Terrace City Lord's body and blocked Gu Fei's slash. The Cloud Terrace City Lord grabbed the sword light and slashed at Gu Fei. The extremely sharp sword light directly tore the void between heaven and earth. This was like a heaven immortal attacking, tearing through the void easily. Clang! The divine saber in Gu Fei's hand seemed to have come to life. It instantly met the Cloud Terrace City Lord's sword light. The two divine weapons collided with each other, creating a metallic sound. In the next moment, the two divine weapons separated, but then rushed back to each other. Everyone was watching this battle anxiously. Gu Fei could actually fight against the Cloud Terrace City Lord who had the power of the gravitational kill array. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all, and he even seemed to be at ease. Looks like this is all you've got, Gu Fei said as he attacked. What did you say? The Cloud Terrace City Lord was really shocked. I don't want to play with you anymore. After saying that, Gu Fei's blade technique changed and the atmosphere he emanated changed as well. Violent energy fluctuations spread out from his body. Every one of his blade attacks seemed capable of cleaving the world into two. At this moment, Qingfeng Sword Immortal and Mo Xian had already retreated far away. Swoosh! The immortal ray of sword light flashed, and the Cloud Terrace City Lord's arm fell off. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. The Cloud Terrace City Lord's strength was undeniable, but this Gu Fei seemed to be even stronger. The ray of sword light flashed continuously, and blood appeared. The Cloud Terrace City Lord's hair was disheveled, and he was covered in blood. He had lost miserably. Swoosh! The immortal ray of sword light cut the Cloud Terrace City Lord in half, and he died. Buzz! Gu Fei was still attacking. The ray of sword light in his hand spun, and the four elders in the sky were cut in half at the same time, killing 4 Earth Immortals with one slash. Everyone was dumbfounded. A mere worldly immortal actually killed the Cloud Terrace City Lord, who was comparable to a heaven immortal, and killed 4 Earth Immortals with one slash. Chapter 40-50. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was simply too strong. With one slash, he had killed off the City Lord of Cloud Terrace City. Next, he had killed off the 4 Earthen Immortals from Cloud Terrace City. In the end, he even split the killing formation of Yuntai City into 2. That was a killing formation that could fight against a celestial immortal, and it was destroyed just like that? Everyone had a surreal feeling, as though they were in a dream. Legend had it that the killing array of the Cloud Terrace City was personally set up by the Cloud Terrace Celestial Immortal. The Cloud Platform Celestial Immortal was one of the most powerful celestial immortals of the Eastern Domain in the last 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, only a dozen or so celestial immortals had appeared in the Eastern Domain. Of course, celestial immortals of the Cloud Stage were definitely experts amongst celestial immortals. It was said that celestial immortals of the Cloud Stage had already entered the central immortal domain. Of course, this was only a legend. When Gu Fei broke the killing array of the Cloud Terrace City with one saber strike, everyone in the city was trembling in fear. Fellow Taoist Gu. This sword immortal Qingfeng was completely dumbstruck. Master, there shouldn't be anyone in Yuntai City who is a match for you, Zhou Zairu said excitedly. Gu Fei had killed the Cloud Platform City Lord. Didn't this mean that Gu Fei had conquered the entire Cloud Platform City by himself? Brother Gu, you are the master of this city. Mo Xian was also very excited. The Cloud Terrace City had a very high status in the East region. To be able to become the owner of the Cloud Terrace City meant that one was an absolute expert. Otherwise, wouldn't it be terrible if they couldn't suppress those big shots in Yuntai City? That's right. Brother Gu, you should just become the city lord of this martial cloud city, Sword Immortal Clearwind said hurriedly. City lord? I'm not interested, Gu Fei said indifferently. This, Sword Immortal Qingfeng was dumbfounded. This was the city lord of Cloud Sky City. Everyone dreamed of becoming the city lord of Cloud Sky City. How could this Gu Fei be so disdainful of the position of city lord? Master this, Zhou Zairu was a little excited. Who didn't want to be worshipped by tens of thousands of people? Who didn't want to look down on the common people from high above? If her master became the city lord of the Cloud Platform City, she would also become the center of attention. Even Emocian was moved. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more benefits she would get. She couldn't wait for Gu Fei to become invincible. You guys are too short-sighted, Sai. Gu Fei sighed. How could a sparrow and swallow understand the ambitions of a great swan? No wonder. Whether it was Zhou Zairu or Emocian, they both came from small places. This, Sword Immortal Qingfeng was speechless upon hearing this. In the entire eastern region, the city lord of Cloud Tower City was the most powerful being apart from the celestial sect master, the eastern martial overlord, and the divine martial mountain lord. Brother Gu, why don't we temporarily stay in the city lord's mansion? Sword Immortal Qingfeng suggested. That's right, master. Even if you don't want to be the city lord of Yuntai City, staying in the city lord's mansion isn't bad either. Zhou Zairu said. I also want to see what the Cloud Tower City's city lord residence looks like. Emocian said. Then let's take a look. There should be many good things there. Gu Fei nodded. At this time, the entire Yuntai City was in chaos. The city lord's subordinates were looting a burning house. Before Gu Fei took over the Yuntai City, they wanted to empty the city lord's mansion. However, the important places in the city lord's mansion were all protected by arrays. Not everyone could enter. Those human immortals didn't dare to act rashly. The Yuntai City now belonged to Gu Fei. Who would dare to touch Gu Fei's things? This guy killed earth immortals like killing chickens. On the other hand, those with weaker cultivations wanted to see the world in chaos. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion, the entire place was in a mess. Many people were moving things around. An old man in green was moving a flower vase that was taller than a person. This made Gu Fei and the others speechless. When the old man saw Gu Fei and the others, he wasn't nervous at all. He was still moving the flower vase calmly. All of you, get out! Sword Immortal Breezy roared. Powerful waves of sword chi exploded from his body. Under the impact of the chilling sword chi, the temperature in the city lord's mansion dropped rapidly. Those who were looting the city lord's mansion were all shocked. They fled the city lord's mansion in a panic. However, some people didn't know what was good for them. They actually charged toward Gu Fei and the others. Who do you think you are? How dare you tell us to get out? 7 or 8 fierce-looking fellows surrounded Gu Fei and the others. Some of them even drew their weapons. The leaders stared at Gu Fei with a sinister smile. Get out or die. Sword Immortal Breezy's voice was extremely cold. Sword shadows began to appear in the air around him. Releasing energy? A Khanate stage cultivator? The leader stared at Sword Immortal Breezy in surprise. Boss, it's not like we haven't killed Khanate stage cultivators before. Another shifty-eyed fellow said with a sinister smile. Then what are you waiting for? Let's attack together and kill this guy. The leader roared. Those people immediately attacked Gu Fei and the others. Courting death, Sword Immortal Breezy willed. A beam of sword light shot out from his body. In the next instant, those people were slain by that beam of sword light. When the others saw this, they were all frightened by this scene and quickly fled from the city lord's mansion. Soon, there was not a single person left in the city lord's mansion. Sword Immortal Breezy found some people to tidy up the city lord's mansion. Then, the immortals outside all came to pay their respects to Gu Fei. All the immortals were very respectful and didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. The 9th Sun Patriarch and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was as if they were paying their respects to an immortal king. Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to these immortals. Sword Immortal Breezy, Imo and the others received these immortals who came to pay their respects. Even so, the people who came to pay their respects to Gu Fei didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's disciple, Zhou Zairu, Imo and the other immortals were very polite and didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. The ninth Sun Patriarch and the others directly invited Zhou Zairu and Imo up the Cloud Mountain to comprehend the heavenly immortal Daolaw left behind by the legendary Cloud Mountain celestial immortal. Imo and Zhou Zairu were like stars surrounding the moon. They arrived at the foot of the Cloud Mountain and climbed up the mountain under the escort of the immortals. The peak of the Cloud Mountain was a huge platform. It had a circumference of 100 miles. The cultivators who climbed up could all sense a powerful aura that seemed to be above the heavens. When Zhou Zairu and Imo reached the peak of the Cloud Mountain, they caused a commotion. That girl in white is Gu Fei's disciple, Zhou Zairu. The other girl is incredible. She has both immortal and demonic energy. How is that possible? At the peak of the Cloud Mountain, countless people pointed at Zhou Zairu and Imo in disgust in low voices. Even Sword Immortal Qingfeng was regarded highly by the other immortals. Taoist Qingfeng, I have to say that you've really hit the jackpot this time, the ninth Sun Patriarch said enviously. Ancestor Nine Suns said enviously. It was every immortal's dream to befriend an expert like Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't come. In his eyes, the so-called Cloud Mountain Immortal Gathering was just a joke. However, Zhou Zairu and Imo felt that everything was very fresh and exciting. Taoist Qingfeng, we still need to trouble you to introduce us to Taoist Gu, the beautiful woman in palace attire said. I can't decide who Taoist Gu wants to see or not, Sword Immortal Qingfeng said with a frown. Sword Immortal Qingfeng frowned. These guys were extremely shrewd, but they weren't stupid either. Why would they really introduce Gu Fei to them? Sword Immortal Qingfeng brushed off the surrounding immortals. The surrounding immortals also knew that Sword Immortal Qingfeng was brushing them off. However, so what if they knew? They couldn't change anything, and they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. At this moment, several beams of immortal light appeared on the horizon. Then, all the immortals on the peak of the Cloud Mountain saw a purple-robed young man, a bald man with a huge saber on his back, and a girl in white. They arrived in the sky above the Cloud Mountain at the same time. The immortals on the Cloud Mountain were stunned when they saw the three people in the sky. The people from the central immortal realm are finally here. Could that purple-robed young man be the successor of the Myriad World sect, Shao? That bald man is from the godly saber sect of the central immortal realm. His cultivation is infinitely close to the heaven immortal realm. Someone exclaimed. The girl in white should be a disciple of the Brahma Pure sect of the central immortal realm. Someone recognized the identity of the girl in white. Whether it was the godly saber sect, the Myriad World sect, or the Brahma Pure sect, they were all heaven sects that had existed for countless years. I heard that a human immortal realm cultivator named Gu Fei defeated an earth immortal. I wonder if it's true. The purple-robed young man, Shao, said coldly. He was from the central immortal realm, so he was naturally arrogant. He looked down on the cultivators of the eastern immortal realm. A human immortal fighting an earth immortal? That's courting death. Brother Sure, don't tell me you believe this nonsense. The bald man sneered disdainfully. The girl in white from the Brahma Pure sect remained silent. The Cloud Mountain Immortal Gathering is just... The bald man from the Godly Saber sect said indifferently. Where's Gu Fei? Ask him to come out and see me. At this moment, the purple-robed Shao suddenly said to the human immortals below. What? The group of immortals on the summit of the Cloud Mountain was shocked when they heard this. They had personally come to visit Gu Fei, but this guy actually wanted Gu Fei to come out and see him. Everyone looked at Shao as if he was an idiot. Who are you? Zhou Zairu was annoyed. These people dared to look down on her master. How hateful. The purple-robed young man is Shao from the Myriad World sect. The girl in white is Goddess, she from the Brahma Pure sect. And the bald man is Blade Maniac Hu from the Godly Saber sect. Qingfeng Sword Immortal introduced the people to Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian in a low voice. Where's Gu Fei? Why hasn't he come out to see me? Shi Shao from the Myriad World sect frowned. Humph. You want my master to come out and see you? Who do you think you are? Zhou Zairu sneered. You're courting death. Shi Shao attacked without saying a single word. His hand was like a huge mountain as it smashed down towards Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 4051. The Myriad World Sect, Brahma Pure Sect, and Godly Saber Sect were super forces that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, even in the central celestial realm. Shi Shao from the Myriad World Sect was a genius of the current generation. He had cultivated for less than 100 years and was already at the peak of the earthly immortal realm. Hu Yihu from the Godly Blade Sect was also at the peak of the earthly immortal realm and was the godchild of the current generation of the Godly Blade Sect. The saber in his hand had once slain an earthly immortal of the older generation. As for Shunshi from the Brahma Pure Sect, her cultivation and combat prowess weren't any weaker compared to Hu Yihu and Shi Shao. The goddess of the Brahma Pure Sect was also ranked within the top 20 of the younger generation in the Central Immortal Realms. In the Central Immortal Realms, countless geniuses of the entire immortal martial realm were gathered there. Being able to rank within the top 30 of the genius rankings of the Central Immortal Martial Realm was already an incredible feat at this moment. On the summit of the Grand Cloud Mountain, Shi Shao from the Myriad World Sect attacked Zhou Zairu and the others. Rumble. A gigantic violet palm appeared high up in the sky, directly smashing down towards Zhou Zairu. The powerful might of the palm sealed the entire space. The immortals around Zhou Zairu screamed in fear as they retreated. The terrifying might bore down on them, causing the weaker immortals to kneel on the ground, unable to straighten their backs. Damn it! Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian cried out in shock. Even Sword Immortal Qingfeng had no choice but to use his sword energy to defend against the might of the palm. Weaklings, Shi Shao said disdainfully. The purple hand continued to press down like a huge purple mountain. The space under the cover of the hand was shaking, and the clouds around the mountain peak were dispersed. He, Senior Brother's Violet Palace Profound Art, seems to be even more powerful. The Baldy, Hu Yihu, laughed in a low voice. Why? Are your hands itching? How about we spar again after we finish off these unworthy fools? Shi Shao said to Hu Yihu. Haha, sure. Hu Yihu laughed heartily. At this moment, Shi Zhao's violet palm was about to descend on Zhou Zairu and the others. Humph. Zhou Zairu coldly laughed. In the next instant, a divine pearl floated up from her head as a powerful wave of extreme energy radiated from it. The surrounding void froze in an instant, and even the huge purple hand descending from the sky was frozen. Extreme cold chi spread out from Zhou Zairu's body, and a thick layer of ice immediately appeared on the ground. Sword Immortal Qingfeng felt as if his entire body was about to be frozen solid. He was given a huge fright and had no choice but to retreat. A divine bow appeared in Emo Xian's hand. A surge of divine power spread out from the bow, enveloping her and blocking the cold energy. This is when the three geniuses from the Central Immortal Realm saw the immortal items in Zhou Zairu's hands. Their eyes went wide. Even the aloof goddess Shi from the Brahma Pure Sect was visibly moved. An immortal artifact at the Gold Immortal tier? How is this possible? Shi Zhao's voice was trembling. A golden immortal was an unrivaled existence. One must know that in the immortal martial realm, a heavenly immortal could already be referred to as an ancestor. Even in the Central Immortal Realms, a golden immortal was in existence on the same level as the ancestors of the major sects and clans. And in the Central Immortal Realms, only the strongest sects and clans had golden immortals as their protectors. The Divine Saber Sect, Myriad World Sect, and Brahma Pure Sect didn't have any golden immortals as their protectors. Hence, these three major powers weren't the strongest powers in the Central Immortal Realms. They were still a level lower. Shi Shao and the others were very clear what a golden immortal ranked immortal item represented. At this moment, Zhou Zairu circulated her mystic art and opened her mouth, swallowing the extreme pearl into her stomach. Becoming one with the pearl, her entire demeanor changed. She now resembled an ice goddess. With a single point of her finger, the entire heavens and earth trembled. The heavenly immortal Tao law that enveloped the entire grand cloud mountain was directly pierced through. This single point of hers seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth, shattering the heavens. Under Shi Zhao's horrified gaze, his frozen purple hand shattered in an instant. Damn it! Seeing that Zhou Zairu's finger continued to charge towards him after shattering his purple hand, he couldn't help feeling shocked. In the next moment, Shi Zhao's body suddenly blurred, and in an instant, he split into a dozen afterimages. The afterimages were both real and fake at the same time. No one knew which one of them was his real body. Myriad World's fantasy movement technique? Hu couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw Zhou Zairu had forced Shi Zhao to use his ultimate mystic art with a single point of her finger. However, Zhou Zairu's finger didn't even care that the afterimages were Shi Zhao's incarnations. In an instant, all of Shi Zhao's incarnations were sealed in ice. Zhou Zairu's finger force directly crushed Shi Zhao's real body, along with a dozen incarnations. Even his nascent divinity was shattered in the void. As a genius of the Myriad World sect, Shi Zhao naturally had many immortal items on him. However, under Zhou Zairu's finger force, these immortal items also shattered in the void, turning into scrap metal. With just a single point of her finger, the genius of the Myriad World sect, Shi Zhao was directly killed by Zhou Zairu. Witnessing this scene, everyone on the cloud platform was dumbfounded. Shi Zhao was an earthly immortal from the central immortal realms, yet he couldn't even withstand a single point of a little girl? The cloud platform Immortal Gathering gathered countless immortals from the eastern region of the immortal martial realm. The fact that Zhou Zairu killed Shi Zhao with a single point of her finger caused everyone's eyeballs to pop out. Even those earthly immortal existences were dumbfounded. Shi Zhao was a genius of the Myriad World sect. Even the earthly immortals of the older generation weren't his match. But now, this genius died in the hands of Gu Fei's disciple. If the disciple was so powerful, wouldn't the master be 10 times, or even 100 times more powerful? No wonder Gu Fei directly ignored the city lord of the cloud platform, killed the city lord with a single blade strike, and broke the killing formation with a single blade strike. It seemed that no one could force Gu Fei to use a second strike. Hu stared at Zhou Zairu in shock. He couldn't believe that Shi Zhao had actually died in the hands of a little girl. Even the goddess of the Brahma pure sect, Shunxi, was staring at Zhou Zairu. What? Do you want to act as well? Zhou Zairu indifferently stared at Hu in the air. Hu didn't reply. His cultivation base was actually on par with Shi Zhao, yet Shi Zhao was killed in a single strike. If he were to act now, he would most probably end up the same way. He was incomparably depressed. His opponent merely relied on a golden immortal-grade immortal weapon. If not for that immortal weapon, he could have killed this little girl with a single slap. I'm afraid the Myriad World sect won't let this matter rest after you killed Shi Zhao, Shunxi indifferently said. Although the Myriad World sect wasn't the strongest power in the central immortal realms, the sect leader had 5 heavenly immortal old ancestors as his subordinates. So what if I don't want to let this matter rest? Chapter 4052. You're Gu Fei? Hu stared at the black-robed young man who was walking towards him step by step and asked. Gu Fei ignored him and went straight to Zhou Zairu. Master! Zhou Zairu quickly bowed. Well done. Gu Fei nodded. The divine sons and saintesses of the central celestial realm thought themselves to be high and mighty, looking down on the common people. Little did they know, they were nothing but ants in Gu Fei's eyes. Your disciple has poked a hole in the sky. The wrath of the Myriad World sect is not something you can handle. Hu was infuriated after being ignored by Gu Fei. Noisy. Gu Fei waved his right hand. Pow. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Hu was sent flying by Gu Fei's slap across the air and fell down the mountain. All the immortals on the cloud platform were shocked at this scene. This master and disciple pair were too powerful. Could they be so powerful that they could ignore heaven immortals and even golden immortals? Roar. Asterisk an angry roar came from the foot of the mountain. Hu soared into the sky in a sorry state. He didn't go to the cloud platform to find trouble with Gu Fei, but turned and fled. This master and disciple pair were too terrifying. Gu Fei didn't attack again. No matter how many ants there were, they were no match for him. You! Shenshi looked at Gu Fei as if he was a monster. He could send Hu flying with a single slap. That was a peak Earth immortal. Could this guy be a heaven immortal? But no matter how she looked at it, this black-robed young man couldn't be a heaven immortal. I really want to shoot that guy with an arrow. Xian, said with her divine bow in hand. All right, no one is going to disturb you. Take your time to comprehend. Gu Fei said. The heaven immortal laws lingered on the cloud platform. Occasionally, one could hear the thunderous sound of the Grand Tao. Although the celestial immortal laws left behind by the celestial immortal on the cloud platform had existed for countless years, they still existed. Countless people had benefited from the cloud platform throughout the years. Hearing this, Zhou Zairu quickly kept the lunar pearl and sat on the ground with her legs crossed. Xian also put away her divine bow and sat cross-legged. With Gu Fei protecting them, even if a celestial immortal old ancestor came personally, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhou Zairu and Xian. Goddess Shi of the Brahma Pure sect descended from the sky. May I know who your master is? Shenshi asked. She could not see through the black-robed youth in front of her at all. He was clearly a human immortal, but he could send Hu flying with a single slap. Moreover, this black-robed youth's disciple had killed the all-world sect's peerless genius Shao with a single finger. Gu Fei glanced at Shi and actually took out a rattan chair from his inner world. He lay down on it and ate a bunch of fiery red celestial fruits. This is the blood sun fruit? Shi was displeased that Gu Fei was ignoring her. She couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the fruits in Gu Fei's hand. The blood sun fruit was a celestial fruit. If a mortal ate it, it could change their physique and increase their lifespan by 300 years. If a cultivator ate it, it could increase their cultivation. In the central celestial realm, only the medicine god sect had a blood sun fruit tree. The blood sun fruit bloomed every 10 years, bore fruit every 10 years, and ripened every 10 years. The blood sun fruit tree in the medicine god sect only bloomed once every 30 years, and there were less than 10 blood sun fruits. Celestial medicine couldn't make a mortal become an immortal directly, but a blood sun fruit could make a cultivator who had just stepped on the path of cultivation reach the immortal realm. There was a reason why the medicine god sect produced many powerful cultivators in every generation. There were at least 40 or 50 blood sun fruits in Gu Fei's hand, enough to make 40 or 50 immortal realm cultivators. However, Gu Fei treated such precious celestial fruits as ordinary food. It was too extravagant and wasteful. Even she felt her heart ache when she saw Gu Fei tossing the blood sun fruits into his mouth. What she didn't know was that Gu Fei ate celestial medicines that were even more precious than the blood sun fruit. He didn't have much in his inner world except for celestial medicines and divine medicines. Who was this guy? Shenshi was curious. Someone who could eat blood sun fruits as if they were his food must have a powerful background. Could it be? Shenshi suddenly thought of a possibility, and she was pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, the surrounding immortals were watching from afar, and none of them dared to approach. Only Sword Immortal Qingfeng ran over to Shenshi. Fellow Taoist Gu, why are you so distant? My Brahma Pure sect has some status in the central celestial realm. Shenshi said humbly. Oh? Gu Fei asked with interest. What can you give me? What do you want from me? When one interacted with others, there would naturally be various reasons. Shenshi wanted to befriend Gu Fei, so naturally, she wanted to obtain benefits from Gu Fei. Gu Fei was very accurate about this. Golden Immortal, my Brahma Pure sect lacks golden immortal cultivation arts. Shenshi's expression turned heavy as she looked at Gu Fei. How do you know I have a golden immortal cultivation art? Gu Fei asked with a smile that was not a smile on his face. Your disciple killed Shao with a single finger. Such a cultivation art is definitely at the golden immortal level, Shenshi said, glancing at Zhou Zairu. Golden immortal cultivation art? Sword Immortal Qingfeng couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. golden immortal cultivation arts were incomparably precious in the immortal martial realm. They were the true ultimate cultivation arts of the heavenly sects and would never be leaked to outsiders. Even in the central celestial realm, those who had golden immortal cultivation arts were all peak powers. A sect like the Brahma Pure sect without a golden immortal cultivation art would never produce a golden immortal. While it was not that there were no examples of cultivators becoming golden immortals through their own efforts, they were extremely rare. There might not even be one in hundreds of thousands of miles. Even with golden immortal cultivation arts, it was extremely difficult to cultivate from the heavenly immortal realm to the golden immortal realm. If one wasn't careful, they might even die under the golden immortal heavenly tribulation. Then what can you give me? Gu Fei asked as he munched on an immortal fruit. You really have a golden immortal cultivation art? Shi was incomparably excited. The two heavenly immortals in her sect had already reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. They only needed a golden immortal cultivation art to break through to the golden immortal realm. If the Brahma Pure sect could produce a golden immortal, they would instantly become one of the peak powers in the central celestial realm. What can you give me? Gu Fei asked. You can have anything you want. Shi hurriedly replied. Yes, anything. Even if you want me. Shi's face suddenly turned red. She hesitated and didn't continue speaking. The goddess of the Brahma Pure sect, Shi, was ranked within the top 30 of the genius ranking in the central celestial realm. She had countless suitors in the central celestial realm. In fact, there was even a godson from a peak power who was interested in her. What I want? You guys can't afford it. Chapter 4053. At the Cloud Platform Immortal Gathering, Gu Fei killed Shi Xiao from the Myriad World sect and sent Hu Yihu flying with a single palm strike. His actions truly shocked everyone. One must know that both the Myriad World sect and the Divine Blade sect were heavenly sects and sects with heavenly immortal ancestors. As long as golden immortals didn't appear, they would be invincible. Gu Fei was too domineering, but many people didn't think highly of Gu Fei. This was especially so for those aristocratic clans, sect leaders, and sect leaders of heavenly sects in the eastern region. These people knew very well how terrifying those heavenly sects and sects were. Although Gu Fei had easily killed Shi Xiao and sent Hu Yihu flying with one hand, these people were only the younger generation disciples of the Sky Sect Divine Sect. In the central immortal realms, the truly powerful ones were heavenly immortals and golden immortals. Geniuses like Shi Xiao, who was ranked in the top 30, were like ants in front of heavenly immortals. They could crush him with a single finger. The fact that Gu Fei had defeated these geniuses on the genius ranking did not mean anything. What I want, you guys can't afford it. At this moment, Gu Fei calmly spoke to Goddess Shi of the Brahma Pure sect. What? There's something we can't afford? She was extremely unconvinced. The strength of the Brahma Pure sect was definitely above average in the central immortal realms. Although the Brahma Pure sect couldn't compare to a peak superpower, it had tens of thousands of years of history behind it. In the immortal martial realm, there weren't many things that even the Brahma Pure sect couldn't afford. Speak. What do you want? She tilted her chin upwards as she arrogantly spoke. I want this heaven and earth. Can you guys give it to me? Gu Fei casually asked. What? Are you joking? She was dumbfounded when she heard that. He wanted this heaven and earth? Even those unrivaled golden immortals from the peak powers of the central immortal realms wouldn't dare to say such words. Could it be that this Gu Fei was even stronger than golden immortals? I'm not joking. What I want is the origin energy of heaven and earth. Gu Fei glanced at Shi before plucking a blood sun fruit and tossing it into his mouth. What? When Shi heard this, she was immediately stunned. This guy actually wanted the source energy of the heaven and earth. How could this be possible? That was the source energy of the heaven and earth. In a world, there was only one. The source energy of the heaven and earth was unique to the world. He actually wants the source of heaven and earth. The immortals on the cloud platform all turned pale with fright. This immortal martial realm was a taboo. Nobody was willing to mention it. This is impossible. She shook her head. Even if they were willing, the other heavenly sects and divine religions would not agree to it. Although a golden immortal cultivation technique was precious, the Brahma Pure sect did not dare to challenge the other heavenly sects and divine sects in the central celestial realm. Then there's no other way. Gu Fei shook his head. At this time, the surrounding people all kept a certain distance from Gu Fei. One had to know that Gu Fei had killed the all-world sect Shi Shao and had become their mortal enemy. This Gu Fei is dead for sure. An old man surrounded by dragon chi said with a cold smile. 9 dragon shadows could be vaguely seen on his body. This old man was an imperial uncle of the Eastern Martial Dynasty. His heavenly dragon art was incomparably powerful, capable of killing Earth immortals. I heard that the sect lord of the all-world sect is a dark-form celestial immortal, ruthless character who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, someone gloated. Machem, that Hu Ihu's master is also a celestial immortal, someone said. Regardless of Shi Shao or Hu Ihu, behind them were heavenly sects and divine religions that had existed for countless years. No matter who it was, offending such a power would only result in a tragic ending. Not to mention that Gu Fei was only a human immortal. If he was a golden immortal, nobody would dare to do anything to him. However, he was not a golden immortal. Gu Fei smiled coldly. In the next moment, the Dongwu dynasty's imperial uncle and the other people who mocked Gu Fei were all sent flying. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked. This Gu Fei's strength was boundless. The imperial uncle of the Eastern Martial Dynasty was an earth immortal, and the others were not weaklings either. However, Gu Fei merely lay on the rattan chair and directly sent these people flying. Is he really a human immortal? Many people were seriously doubtful. How could a human immortal kill an earth immortal, like killing a dog? This had already exceeded everyone's understanding. In the immortal martial realm, such an unimaginable thing had never happened before. At this moment, no one dared to say anything about Gu Fei. How about this? As long as you tell me where the source energy of heaven and earth is, I will give you an immortal codex. How about it? Gu Fei said. He didn't even look at the imperial uncle and the others. Not to mention the Eastern Martial uncle. Even if the Eastern Martial Emperor came personally, he would still send him flying with a single slap. With his current martial physique and the eternal true bone, even if a real celestial immortal came, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone those half-step celestial immortals. What? Hearing this, Shenqi's eyes instantly lit up. What immortal codex? Shenqi hurriedly asked. It is sufficient to allow you to cultivate all the way to the Sage Realm. Gu Fei faintly replied. Sage Realm? Shenqi froze when she heard this. Above the golden immortal realm was the immortal emperor. Above the immortal emperor was the realm of transcending immortals and stepping into the saint god realm. In the immortal martial realm, only cultivation arts could be cultivated up to the golden immortal realm. All cultivation arts above the golden immortal realm had already been lost. This immortal martial realm had once experienced an incomparably dark period of time, causing the cultivation arts to be lost. Fine. Shenqi directly agreed. If the Brahma Pure sect had a supreme immortal codex that could allow them to cultivate all the way to the Sage Realm, who else in the immortal martial realm would be a match for them? At that time, the entire Brahma Pure sect would directly enter the Saint God realm, leaving the immortal martial realm. Even if the immortal martial realm lost the source energy of heaven and earth, it didn't matter. The source energy of heaven and earth wasn't a secret in the central immortal realms. The 3 supreme powers directly controlled the source energy of heaven and earth. This was why they were able to produce so many experts. There were even some who managed to cultivate to the golden immortal realm, becoming unrivaled in the entire immortal martial realm. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Gu Fei wanted to obtain the source energy of heaven and earth, he would have to become the enemy of the entire central immortal realms. From the perspective of everyone on the cloud platform, even if Gu Fei was stronger, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the 3 supreme powers in the central immortal realms. He actually wants the source energy of heaven and earth? Does he think he is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal emperor? There were some who disagreed. In the incomparably dark era of ancient times, There was once a supreme immortal emperor who wanted to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm. However, he didn't succeed. In the end, the three supreme powers directly sealed the source energy of heaven and earth within the ancestral veins of the central immortal realms. The reason why Shinshi dared to tell this to Gu Fei was because the source energy of heaven and earth was sealed within the ancestral veins of the earth. No matter how strong Gu Fei was, it was impossible for him to obtain the source energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, Gu Fei flicked his finger as a beam of spiritual light directly shot into the center of Shinshi's brows. Shinshi was startled. In the next instant, she felt as though something had suddenly appeared in her mind. It was a type of cultivation art, extremely profound and profound. It was something she had never seen before. Many thanks. After speaking, Shinshi directly bid farewell to Gu Fei and soared into the skies, leaving the Grand Cloud Mountain. She couldn't wait to rush back to her sect. One must know that the immortal canon in her mind was extremely powerful. Only by handing it to the elders of her sect would she be able to relax. At this moment, Zhou Zairu and Imo Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, comprehending the heavenly immortal Tao of the Tiantai platform. They wanted to break through the shackles of their current cultivation. 6 hours passed. Zhou Zairu was the first to wake up from her cultivation. Her entire demeanor seemed to have changed. However, Imo Xian was 1 hour later than Zhou Zairu. She seemed to have comprehended something as well. Her immortal devil essence became even more condensed. Brother Gu, can I follow you? Sword Immortal Qingfeng asked respectfully. He had seen Gu Fei easily give Shinshi an immortal canon that could allow one to cultivate to the sage realm. Sages were legendary existences. Intuition told Sword Immortal Qingfeng that he would definitely have a bright future if he followed Gu Fei. You want to follow me? Gu Fei was a little surprised. Sword Immortal Qingfeng was a sword immortal. Why would he want to follow him? That's right. Sword Immortal Qingfeng said solemnly. All right. Gu Fei nodded. He was indeed lacking manpower. Sword Immortal Qingfeng's cultivation wasn't very heaven-defying, but he was still a human immortal. Thank you, Master. Sword Immortal Qingfeng immediately bowed to Gu Fei. Lead the way. Let's go to the central immortal realm. Gu Fei said as he took out a flying boat. He boarded the flying boat with Zhou Zairu and Imo Xian. Seeing this, Sword Immortal Qingfeng soared into the sky and landed on the flying boat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Fei and the others left the Cloud Platform District and headed towards the Central Immortal Realm. Central Immortal Realm, Myriad World Sect. Sect Master Xianhua, Celestial Immortal, roared in anger. Someone actually dared to kill my disciple. I'm going to tear them to pieces. Xianhua Celestial Immortal gritted his teeth and roared. At the same time, in the Godly Knife Gate, the Gate Master Zhao Lingtian received a celestial light message. After reading the message, his face turned extremely ugly. Outrageous. How dare they humiliate my disciple? Damn it. Godly Saber Sect Master Zhao Lingtian said coldly. Compared to the Myriad World Sect and Godly Saber Sect, the Brahma Pure Sect was filled with joy. Their sect master directly exited seclusion and went to fetch a genius disciple from the Brahma Pure Sect. Shunshi had already sent the news back to the sect. The upper echelons of the Brahma Pure Sect were all shocked. Everyone praised Shunshi, saying that she had done the right thing. An ancient manual that could allow one to cultivate to the sage realm was sufficient to cause the eyes of all the major powers in the immortal martial realm to turn red. It would definitely cause chaos, and this wasn't something Gu Fei was willing to see. Very quickly, the news of the supreme genius of the Myriad World Sect, Shi Shao, who was ranked in the top 30 of the genius rankings, actually died outside, causing a huge commotion in the central immortal realms. Who is this Gu Fei exactly? He actually dared to kill Shi Shao. The Xianhua Celestial Immortal will definitely avenge his disciple. There's going to be a good show to watch. In the central immortal realms, countless cultivators were discussing. Chapter 4054. Gu Fei and the others directly boarded their flying boats and flew towards the central immortal realms. This caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. Wasn't this the same as walking into a trap? How could Gu Fei be so stupid? One must know that the Godly Blade Sect and Myriad World Sect were supreme sects in the central immortal realms. They had existed for countless years and had more than one heavenly immortal old ancestor. Gu Fei killed the genius Shi Shao of the Myriad World Sect. The Myriad World Sect would definitely avenge him. And although Hu Yihu of the Godly Blade Sect wasn't killed by Gu Fei, but in front of everyone, Gu Fei sent Hu Yihu flying with a single slap. This slap of Gu Fei not only caused Hu Yihu's face to be swept to the ground, it was like a resounding slap to the face of the Godly Blade Sect. The Godly Blade Sect naturally wanted to find him for revenge. Even heavenly immortals would have a headache if they had to face two supreme powers in the central immortal realms at the same time, let alone Gu Fei, who was a human immortal. At this moment, the entire eastern region was shaken. Countless sect leaders and clan lords directly left their sects and rushed towards the central immortal realms. No one was willing to miss out on such a good show. Naturally, not everyone had the qualifications to enter the central immortal realms. Not only in the eastern region, even the northern, southern, and western regions received the news. In an instant, the entire immortal martial realm was in an uproar. It has been many years since someone dared to challenge the supreme powers of the central immortal realms. In the eyes of the cultivators of the four great regions, the supreme powers of the central immortal realms were lofty existences that represented invincibility. There's actually someone who dares to antagonize those fellows from the central immortal realms. I truly want to see who has the guts to do so. In the western regions, an ancient voice rang out from an ancient palace on a divine mountain. In the northern region, a peerless fairy walked out of a divine city that floated above a boundless snowfield. How can I, Lin Yuexian, miss out on such a good show? The white-robed fairy directly transformed into a beam of sword light that soared up into the sky, instantly vanishing from this world. In the southern regions, in a vast mountain forest, an incomparably wild young man walked out. He was none other than the number one blade of the southern regions, Saber Maniac Yi. Godly Blade Sect? Under my blade, you will only be a joke. Yi Shaokong stood at the peak of the mountain, gazing in the direction of the central immortal region. A violent aura emanated from his body, causing all the roars of beasts in the mountain range to disappear. Within a radius of 10,000 li, all the savage beasts trembled in fear. The southern region frenzied Saber's killing intent was too strong. He was like the reincarnation of a god of death. The number of experts and savage beasts that had died under his saber was innumerable. Those who had exchanged blows with the southern domain Saber Maniac were all dead. Not a single one of them survived. His saber was tyrannical to the extreme, its killing intent soared to the sky. When the divine saber was unsheathed, it would not return until it saw blood. Yi Shaoquang had long wanted to spar with the Godly Saber Sect, but he hadn't mastered the god-killing saber technique yet. Now, he had finally mastered it. At this moment, all the supreme experts in the immortal martial realm had their gazes on the central immortal realms. As for Gu Fei and the others, they were still leisurely flying towards the central immortal realms. There was everything on the flying boat. They weren't in a hurry at all. Just when Gu Fei and the others left the eastern region and entered the boundary between the eastern and central immortal region, a beam of divine light directly shot up into the skies, piercing through the air towards the flying boat. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. That beam of divine light directly exploded in the air. In the air, a faint layer of divine light appeared, enveloping the entire flying boat. What's going on? Everyone on the flying boat, other than Gu Fei, were all shocked. With regards to the defensive capabilities of this flying boat, Gu Fei was very confident. Even if a heavenly immortal or even a golden immortal came, they wouldn't be able to break through the defensive formations of this flying boat. Boom! Another deafening sound rang out. Mo Xian, and the others had already reacted. From the mountain ridges below, countless beams of divine light shot out, piercing through their flying boat. Every beam of divine light was like a supreme divine spear, incomparably powerful. Every beam of divine light erupted with the might of an earth immortal. If it was an ordinary immortal weapon, it would have long been blasted down from the sky. How is this possible? They actually can't break through the defenses of this flying boat? In the mountain ridges below, on a mountain peak, a white-haired old man stared in disbelief at the unceasing explosions of divine light in the sky. Even his voice was trembling. Boom! A beam of divine light shot out from a formation beside the old man, causing the entire mountain ridges to tremble. The divine light soared up into the sky, as though it was about to tear apart the heavens and earth. However, in the next instant, this beam of divine light exploded below the flying boat. Ordinary Earth immortals wouldn't be able to block this divine light. However, the flying boat in the sky didn't even tremble. In other words, this divine light couldn't even shake the flying boat in the sky. On the mountain peak, cultivators unceasingly added immortal crystals into the killing formation. A terrifying energy was rapidly condensing within the killing formation. Grand Elder, let's retreat. A man rushed up from the foot of the mountain and said anxiously. Since the other party wasn't afraid of their attacks, the people on the flying boat would soon counterattack. Retreat. The old man was taken aback when he heard this. Just then, the flying boat in the sky came to a halt. Oh no! The Grand Elder was taken aback. In the next moment, a formation diagram suddenly appeared on the flying boat. Then, these formation diagrams suddenly lit up. Swoosh! Countless rays of divine light rushed out from the flying ship and descended from the sky. Each ray of divine light emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. Boom! Almost at the same time, countless killing formations on the mountains were hit by the divine lights that rushed out from the flying boat. Then, the mountains exploded in an instant. Countless cultivators didn't even have the chance to scream before they were torn into pieces by the exploding destructive energy. Boom! The killing formation beside the Great Elder also exploded. An irresistible and terrifying force directly swept the Great Elder and another expert into the air. Buzz! A ball of divine light emerged from the Grand Elder's body and enveloped him. Divine light emerged from the other expert's body as well. But in the next moment, the protective immortal weapon on the expert's body shattered. The expert didn't even have time to scream before he was torn into pieces by the vast destructive energy. The immortal weapon on the expert's body also shattered and turned into scrap metal. Damn it! My flying celestial sect has been tricked. The Grand Elder roared in sorrow. At this moment, the sound of something shattering came from his body. The protective divine light around him suddenly dimmed. The Grand Elder of the flying celestial sect was scared out of his wits. In the next moment, balls of divine light emerged from his body. He activated all the protective immortal weapons on his body and quickly retreated. The Great Elder fled, but at this moment, his heart was bleeding because other than him, there was actually no one else who could survive. Chapter 4055. The Soaring Immortal Sect's first elder was truly unlucky this time. Someone had found him and asked him to destroy a flying vessel in the sky with the price of an immortal herb. Immortal herbs were incomparably precious. They were rare even in the central immortal realm. The Soaring Immortal Sect's first elder felt that it was a good deal to make a move for an immortal herb. However, he had never imagined that the person he was dealing with was so powerful that he could kill all of them with a single move. This time, the first elder had brought nearly half of the Soaring Immortal Sect's fighting strength. In other words, Gu Fei had killed nearly half of the Soaring Immortal Sect's disciples and successors. This was an unbearable loss for a sect. The Soaring Immortal Sect's first elder didn't even have time to vomit blood before he was grabbed by a giant hand that descended from the sky and hauled him onto the flying vessel. The huge hand threw the flying Immortal Sect's Great Elder onto the deck, almost breaking all the bones in the Great Elder's body. The first elder endured the pain and stood up. He saw a black-robed youth sitting on a rattan chair in front of him. Beside him stood two women and a man. One of the women was dressed in black and exuded an irresistible charm. The other was dressed in clothes whiter than snow, like a supreme empress descending from the heavens. The man was a familiar face, Sword Immortal Clearwind. The Soaring Immortal Sect's first elder, Mokoshin? Sword Immortal Qingfeng was also surprised to see the Grand Elder. What are you doing here, Taoist Clearwind? The soaring immortal sect's first elder looked at Sword Immortal Clearwind in shock. My master is heading to the central immortal realm, Sword Immortal Clearwind said calmly. Sword Immortal Qingfeng asked in a calm voice. With his cultivation base, he would normally have to greet the Grand Elder as a junior. However, the soaring immortal sect's first elder was currently a prisoner. Your master? Mokoshin was shocked to hear this. His gaze fell on the black-robed youth lazily eating fruit. No, immortal fruit, on the rattan chair. He was shocked to discover that he couldn't see through this black-robed youth's cultivation. This is my master. Sword Immortal Clearwind introduced him to Mokoshin. Sword Immortal Clearwind was a renowned figure in the eastern region. This youth was his master? While Mokoshin was still reeling in shock, a voice suddenly rang out. Tell me, why did you attack us? A lazy voice rang out. The black-clothed youth lying on the rattan chair had spoken. Mokoshin hesitated, because the person who had asked him to act was no ordinary person. If that person were to discover that he had betrayed them, it would be a disaster for the entire flying immortal sect. Still not talking? Sword Immortal Clearwind said hurriedly. He didn't want to see Mokoshin killed by Gu Fei. Divine Knife Sect. Mokoshin hurriedly said, Divine Knife Gate? Upon hearing this, Gu Fei frowned. Is this the revenge of the godly Knife Gate? He thought for a moment, then pointed out with his right hand. A rune immediately imprinted itself onto Imo Cho Tion's body. He had placed a restrictive spell on Imo Cho Tion. The great elder of the Flying Celestial Sect was an earth immortal. Master, the Godly Blade Gate is too despicable. Zhou Zairu said. Godly Blade Gate. Imo Xian flipped her left hand, and a divine bow appeared in her hand. She pulled back the bowstring, and a divine arrow appeared on it. Go. Imo Xian let go, and in the next moment, the divine arrow on the bowstring shot out. Soon, a scream was heard from afar. A powerful earth immortal fell from the clouds. There was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. Blood was flowing out from it. Elder Zhou of the Godly Blade Gate? The great elder of the Flying Celestial Sect, Mokoshin, was shocked to see the expert fall from the sky. Elder Zhou's level of cultivation was no lower than his own, but a young girl had killed him with a single arrow. Go back and gather your men, then await my orders, Gu Fei said. Yes, master. Mokoshin had no choice but to bow his head, because Gu Fei had placed a restrictive spell on him. If he dared to betray Gu Fei, he could kill the great elder of the Flying Celestial Sect with a single thought. Although the Flying Celestial Sect was not as powerful as the Godly Blade Gate, they still had a sky immortal ancestor. If they really fought to the death with the Godly Blade Gate, they might stand a chance. Mokoshin left, and Gu Fei and the others continued on their way. Why didn't you kill that great elder? Imo Xian asked. Killing him would have been a waste. Isn't that better? Gu Fei said. In about an hour, they arrived at the boundary of the central celestial region. The airship stopped in the sky, attracting countless gazes. Gu Fei stood on the airship, muttering to himself for a moment, then pointed a finger. Boom! The space in front of him shook violently. Then, a transparent spatial ripple spread out. Runes appeared in the air, and a layer of divine light appeared in the air. It enveloped the entire central celestial region. Imo Xian and Zhou Zairu were both shocked. This is a super formation. Gu Fei frowned. The people of the central celestial region were truly extravagant. To set up such a huge formation was probably not something that could be done by just one or two superpowers. Master, then we? Sword Immortal Clearwind hesitated. You think a mere defensive formation can stop me? Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and an immortal weapon appeared in his hand. It was a divine saber. Without hesitation, he slashed at the formation in front of him. As everyone watched, he slashed forward with 100 years slash. Whoosh! Deathless saber light flashed through the air, and a crack appeared in the air. How is this possible? Sword Immortal Clearwind was dumbfounded. Under everyone's gazes, Gu Fei steered the flying boat into the spatial crack that had been split open by Gu Fei's saber strike. As soon as he entered the central celestial region, Gu Fei felt that the density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was a few times higher than the outside world. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. However, at this moment, countless figures suddenly appeared in front of him, and those figures pressed down on the place where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei, there's a path to heaven that you don't want to take, and there's no door to hell, yet you insist on breaking through. Today, I will take your dog life to avenge my brother, Shi Shao. The young man shrouded in flames roared at Gu Fei. You? Gu Fei shook his head. You dare to look down on me? The young man who was leading the group was enraged when he saw Gu Fei's disdain. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Gu Fei glanced at the young man and said indifferently, You are too arrogant. The young man from the Myriad World sect said coldly, Cut the crap. All of you come at me together. Chapter 4056. The immortal martial realm, the central immortal realm, was a true immortal ground that stood above the other four great realms. The entire central immortal realm was enveloped by an incomparably gigantic formation. It was said that during the later stages of the primordial dark era, a few golden immortals and over 10 heavenly immortals worked together to set up this supreme formation. Even heavenly immortals wouldn't be able to shake this formation. However, Gu Fei used a single slash to break apart the protective energy of the formation and directly brought Emocian, and the others into the central immortal realm. This caused everyone who witnessed this scene to be indescribably shocked. Just a single slash was able to break apart a supreme formation that even heavenly immortals couldn't shake. How could a human immortal possess such combat prowess? The combat prowess displayed by Gu Fei had already broken the understanding of the cultivation world of the immortal martial realm. At this moment, as soon as Gu Fei entered the central immortal realm, the people from the Myriad World sect rushed over. A young man enveloped in divine flames rushed over, wanting to take revenge against Shi Shao. This person was Shi Gan, an earth immortal from the Myriad World sect. The genius Shi Shao from the Myriad World sect who was killed by Gu Fei was his younger brother. It's fine if you want to take revenge, but you need to have the strength to do so. Gu Fei stood on the flying boat, emotionlessly staring at the young man in front of him. Die. Shi Gan directly took out a golden bell. The golden bell soared into the sky and expanded to the size of a mountain, directly enveloping Gu Fei. Within the bell, an extremely powerful devouring energy was generated, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, as though the entire heaven and earth was about to be devoured by the bell. It's a golden immortal grade immortal weapon. Sword Immortal Qingfeng exclaimed in shock. The aura from the golden bell caused his soul to tremble. The pressure was simply too great, as though it could crush the heavens and earth. Bzzz. Zhou Ziru immediately took out the divine moon pearl and a strong power of the moon spread out, blocking the powerful pressure that was descending from the sky. She could only protect herself. There was nothing she could do for the others. Emocian stood behind Gu Fei, but her face was calm, not the slightest bit nervous. Oomph. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the golden divine bell that was descending from the sky. Then, he stomped his foot, and the entire airship shook violently. Then, countless Dao patterns rushed out of the airship, interweaving into Dao diagrams that covered the entire airship. The heaven-devouring power that came from the golden divine bell was immediately blocked. Everyone on the flying ship felt their bodies lighten. The formidable atmosphere of coercion had disappeared. Sword Immortal Clearwind breathed a sigh of relief. That atmosphere of coercion from a gold immortal was simply too terrifying. Boom. The golden divine bell was like a giant golden mountain. It pressed down from the sky and directly smashed on the layer of Dao diagram above the flying boat. The Dao diagram violently shook. A dreadful fluctuation of strength swept out in all directions, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear all around it. Roar. Shi Gan desperately activated the golden divine bell. Buzz. The golden divine bell shook violently. In the next moment, the space around the golden divine bell collapsed, and a pitch-black spatial hole appeared. Even the chaotic chi was forced out. Shattering the void with a single strike was no ordinary gold immortal level power. However, this peerless attack still could not break through the defensive power of the airship. The golden divine bell was blocked by the Tao diagram, and the entire airship was not affected at all. How is this possible? Shurgan was truly shocked by this scene. Where did this Gu Fei get his hands on such a peerless immortal artifact? It was actually able to block the supreme treasure of the Myriad World Sect, the Divine Bell of Haotian. The Divine Bell of Haotian was an immortal artifact refined by the ancient Golden Immortal Haotian. After Golden Immortal Haotian's death, this immortal artifact fell into the hands of the Myriad World Sect. The Divine Bell of Haotian was the supreme treasure of the Myriad World Sect. It would not be used easily. This time, Shurgan had brought this supreme treasure with him to kill Gu Fei. In order to deal with Gu Fei, the Myriad World Sect had spared no expense. Kill. At this moment, the experts of the Myriad World Sect finally formed the Killing Grand Formation. A huge formation diagram appeared between the heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth immediately converged towards the formation diagram. The entire heaven and earth changed color. The sky darkened as if night had suddenly descended. This is the Myriad World Sect's Killing Grand Formation of 9 heavens, 10 earths. Experts who were watching the battle from afar exclaimed. The Myriad World Sect even used such a trump card. Someone said in disbelief. Although the Myriad World Sect was not the top sect in the central immortal domain, it still had a deep foundation. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by other powers. This Killing Grand Formation of 9 heavens, 10 earths was one of the trump cards of the Myriad World Sect. Rumble. The Killing Grand Formation of 9 heavens, 10 earths was operating. Terrifying energy waves surged out from the sand town, causing the entire heaven and earth to lose their color. Gu Fei, you're dead meat, Shurgan said with a cold smile while desperately controlling the Divine Bell of Haotian. I don't know if I'm going to die or not, but I do know that you're going to die soon, Gu Fei said as he waved his hand. The Divine Bow in Emosian, Er's hand immediately fell into his hand. He pulled the string of the bow. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the surroundings converged towards the man and the bow. Then, a divine arrow appeared on the bow. Whoosh! Gu Fei shot the arrow at Shurgan. The arrow pierced through the sky like a rainbow and arrived in front of Shurgan in an instant. What? Shurgan was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but the arrow light was too fast. He only saw the arrow light flash by, and in the next moment, Shurgan's entire body turned into dust, dissipating in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone who was watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded. Killing an Earth immortal with one arrow? This Gu Fei is incredible. Even the descendants of the heaven sects and divine denominations were shocked to the extreme. Shurgan was an Earth immortal, not an ordinary martial immortal. Yet, he died just like that. Because of Shurgan's death, no one was controlling the Haotian Divine Bell. It turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, trying to escape. Gu Fei sneered. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Haotian Divine Bell back. The huge golden Divine Bell flew towards Gu Fei and shrunk rapidly. In the end, it became the size of a fist and Gu Fei grabbed it in his hand. Buzz. The Haotian Divine Bell vibrated continuously in Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei tightened his grip on the Divine Bell, and the Golden Divine Bell immediately became obedient. It was just a golden immortal level immortal weapon. Gu Fei had even subdued a supreme Tao weapon before. Wouldn't it be easy for him to subdue such an immortal weapon? However, this scene was different in the eyes of the big shots of the heaven sects and divine denominations. It was not an easy task to subdue a golden, immortal level immortal weapon. Rumble. At this time, the killing array of the Thousand World Sect had already started operating crazily. Gu Fei and the others felt that the world was about to be destroyed. The extremely terrifying power of destruction came from all directions. At this time, the Tao diagram that enveloped the entire airship began to shake violently. On the airship, Zhou Ziru and Emosian, had already turned pale with fright. Sword Immortal Qing Feng even sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated the sword essence in his body to protect himself. Only Gu Fei stood at the bow of the airship with his hands clasped behind his back. No matter how the void was shattered, no matter how the heaven and earth was destroyed, his expression remained unchanged. Such elegance made countless people speechless. In the face of the thousand-world sect's killing array of the thousand-world sect, there was probably no one in the entire central celestial realm who could remain calm, not even the heaven immortals. Even the few golden immortals didn't dare to face the thousand-world sect's killing array of the thousand-world sect head-on. Almost all the experts of the thousand-world sect were here. The figures of the 5 heaven immortals were faintly discernible within the killing array, each of them emitting a powerful energy wave. The 9 heavens 10 earths 10,000 killings formation guarded by the 5 heaven immortals of the myriad world sect was powerful enough to fight against a gold immortal. One kill, heaven and earth annihilation. An old voice came from the killing array of the thousand world array. Then, a monstrous power of destruction surged out from the killing array, obliterating the airship that was trapped within it. Countless Tao runes intertwined in the void, the aura of destruction causing all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles to be terrified to the extreme. Bearing the brunt of the attack, Gu Fei and the others didn't feel any discomfort, because the airship's defensive formation blocked all the pressure. Although Gu Fei had casually taken out a flying boat from his inner world, how could an ordinary flying boat compare to a flying boat that he had his eyes on? He didn't make a move, he just watched the scene with cold eyes, allowing them to attack. How is this possible? The 5 heaven immortals inside the killing array were indescribably shocked. The killing array of the thousand-world array actually couldn't break the defensive formation of a tiny airship? Not only were the people of the thousand-world sect dumbfounded, even the people from the other heaven sects and divine sects couldn't believe what they saw. I heard that this Gu Fei killed Shi Xiao. I thought it was a joke, but it seems like we've seriously underestimated this person. Someone exclaimed. Gu Fei's airship was like a lone boat in the raging sea, as if it could be swallowed by the sea at any time, but it still managed to stay afloat. Master, what should we do? Zhou Ziru's expression was extremely solemn. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Gu Fei said indifferently. Boom. Just then, the Tao pattern that enveloped the airship suddenly exploded. The destructive power wreaked havoc, and countless Tao runes dissipated into the void. And, seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The power of the killing array of the thousand-world array was not to be underestimated. At this time, the airship became unstable. Gu Fei's expression remained unchanged. Boom. Another loud explosion. The second Tao pattern that enveloped the airship exploded. Chapter 4057. The myriad world sect's 10,000 killings formation was terrifyingly powerful. This was also the reason why the myriad world sect could survive in the central immortal domain for so many years. The deterrence of a super-killing formation was even more terrifying than a golden immortal. This was because most of the killing formations owned by the super forces that had been passed down for countless years were left behind from the darkest era of the ancient times. This ancient killing formation could even kill a golden immortal. The 10,000 killings formation was also an ancient formation. This ancient formation used 100,000 cultivators as its foundation and 5 celestial immortals as its core. Once it was activated, even a golden immortal would be stunned. Gu Fei is definitely going to die this time. The overlord of the eastern region's Dongwu dynasty appeared in the sky. The overlord of a domain naturally had the right to enter the central immortal domain. Gu Fei could be said to have caused the Dongwu dynasty a lot of trouble in the eastern region. The central immortal domain was not the eastern region. The central immortal domain's sect masters and sect masters were all stronger than the eastern martial overlord. Although the eastern martial overlord was the overlord of a domain, the invincible eastern region overlord had to bow his head in the central immortal domain. I don't think so. A voice rang out. The eastern martial overlord looked in the direction of the voice. Celestial sect master? The eastern martial overlord stared at the figure and said in a low voice. At this moment, all the major forces in the central immortal domain were alarmed. The fluctuation caused by the 10,000 killings formation was too strong. The entire world seemed to be overturned. Martial experts were the most sensitive to the heaven-earth yuan qi. Once the 10,000 killings formation was activated, it immediately triggered the heaven-earth yuan qi in the area. The celestial immortal patriarchs could immediately sense the changes in the heaven-earth yuan qi. As for the golden immortals, who were stronger than celestial immortals, they even used their divine will to come nearby. 3 blurry figures appeared in different directions. The figures were faint and had no flesh and blood. However, the aura emitted from each figure was much stronger than a celestial immortal. No one dared to go near the 3 blurry figures. Even the celestial immortals hid far away. Even the invincible golden immortals were alarmed. Someone said in shock, "Who is this Gu Fei? He actually forced the all-world sect to use the 9 heavens 10 earths 10,000 killing formation. I heard that an extraordinary person has appeared in the eastern region. It must be this Gu Fei." The great sects of the central immortal domain were very well informed. Gu Fei had made a name for himself in the eastern domain, so the people of the central immortal domain naturally knew that such a person had appeared in the eastern domain. However, only a small portion of the people in the central celestial realm knew about Gu Fei. At this time, beams of divine light rushed over from afar. Isn't that the saintess of Star Palace? The goddess of the Brahma pure sect, Shun Shi, is also here. Some people noticed the figures of some geniuses on the genius list. This was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that Long Chun from the Long clan, who was ranked first on the genius rankings, had also come. A golden dragon image that was even larger than a mountain rushed over from the distance, its draconic chi vast and mighty. The pressure radiating from the gigantic dragon caused the entire heavens and earth to tremble. Countless cultivators were terrified to the extreme, and those with weaker cultivation bases were already trembling uncontrollably. Long Chun was definitely the strongest existence among the younger generation in the central immortal realms. He was the number 1, the top ranker on the genius rankings. Not only that, Long Chun had only cultivated for 300 years, and his cultivation base had already broken through to the heavenly immortal realm. This was the first person in the past 30,000 years to reach the heavenly immortal realm. There were some who cultivated for their entire lives, but let alone the heavenly immortal realm, they couldn't even become a human immortal. In the entire immortal martial realm, it was unknown how many people were stuck at the peak of the heavenly deity realm. In the immortal martial realm, there weren't many who could cultivate to the human immortal realm. Earth immortals were even rarer. In the entire immortal martial realm, there were only 3 golden immortals. If this was the immortal martial realm before the Dark Ages, it would definitely be a world filled with human immortals. But after the Dark Ages, the immortal martial realm gradually declined. In the current era, even golden immortals were extremely rare in the immortal martial realm, let alone immortal emperors who were above the golden immortal realm. At this moment, the gigantic dragon silhouette dissipated as a silhouette appeared before the eyes of everyone. That was an ordinary-looking young man in green robes who wasn't very tall. "This is Long Chun?" Someone was taken aback. They didn't expect that the top ranker of the genius rankings would actually be so ordinary. Long Chun is the existence with the highest chance of breaking through to the golden immortal realm. Someone commented. Long Chun's arrival instantly caused the other geniuses to lose their luster. Boom. At this moment, another thunderous sound rang out. The flying boat Gu Fei was on trembled violently as another powerful Tao diagram exploded, destroyed by the 9 heavens 10 earths 10,000 slaughter grand formation. Master, this, Zhou Zairu was no longer calm. If it wasn't for the protection of the Tao diagram, they would all have died here. Gu Fei, Xian also couldn't sit still. Sword Immortal Qingfeng was in an even worse state. He circulated the sword energy in his body as a gigantic sword silhouette appeared, emitting incomparably sharp fluctuations of sword qi. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly standing at the bow of the flying boat. He was watching, observing, and deducing. This 9 heavens 10,000 slaughter grand formation still had some good points. The 5 heavenly immortals sat in the eye of the formation, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth unceasingly. The more this killing formation was activated, the stronger it became. Zhou Ziru and Emocian were incomparably anxious. Seeing that there were only 2 Dao diagrams left, the flying boat was about to be completely exposed to the 9 heavens 10,000 slaughter grand formation. Once the Dao diagrams disappeared, they would be directly destroyed by the killing formation. So this is the case. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly spoke. After that, he pointed out with a finger as a beam of divine light directly broke through the void, penetrating into the killing formation ahead. Everywhere that beam of divine light passed, a path of blood was cleaved open, directly towards an old man in the eye of the formation. This old man was a heavenly immortal old ancestor. Oomph! The heavenly immortal old ancestor sneered. He formed a seal with both hands, and the shadow of a black tortoise emerged from his hands, directly pouncing forward. Boom! The beam of divine light directly collided with the shadow of the black tortoise. The shadow of the black tortoise was instantly pierced through, dissipating in the void. What? Seeing this, the heavenly immortal old ancestor was truly shocked. He hurriedly dodged, but the beam of divine light flashed past, and blood suddenly appeared. A mighty heavenly immortal old ancestor was actually injured by the hands of a worldly immortal like Gu Fei. Seeing this scene, even Long Chen's expression became somewhat solemn. After that, Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a bell appeared in his hand. The divine bell of Haotian? When the 5 heavenly immortals of the myriad world sect saw this magic tool, they were all dumbfounded. This divine bell was once the treasure of their sect, and it actually fell into the hands of the opponent. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the divine golden bell in his hand. In the next moment, the divine golden bell soared into the sky from his hand, and instantly became as large as a mountain. Boom! The divine golden bell directly smashed towards the 10,000 killings formation of the 9 heavens 10 earths. In the next moment, the divine golden bell directly smashed countless disciples of the myriad world sect into meat paste. Countless people screamed in agony. The divine golden bell actually smashed a large hole in the 10,000 killings formation. Seeing this scene, all the spectators were dumbfounded. Like a giant from ancient times, Gu Fei directly grabbed the divine golden bell and smashed it towards the 10,000 killings formation of the 9 heavens 10 earths. Rumble! The 10,000 killings formation of the 9 heavens 10 earths was operating at a crazy speed. A layer of divine light emerged from the formation, enveloping all the disciples of the myriad world sect who formed the formation. When Gu Fei's divine golden bell directly smashed onto the layer of divine light, it was actually knocked away. Seeing this, Gu Fei once again took out the peerless divine saber that he had seized from the Saber King. A terrifying saber aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. A dazzling saber light became the only thing between heaven and earth. The immortal saber light directly tore the heaven and earth apart, instantly tearing the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei channeled a trace of the eternal energy that he had drawn from the eternal real bone into the divine saber in his hand. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the divine saber, as if it could completely shatter at any time. Although it was only a trace of the eternal energy, the divine saber in Gu Fei's hand could no longer withstand it. "Break for me!" Gu Fei roared angrily. The divine saber in his hand fiercely struck the layer of divine light above the 10,000 killings formation of the 9 heavens 10 earths. The divine saber in his hand instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. However, the saber light was not extinguished. The sound of ripping cloth rang out, and the layer of divine light that enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths 10,000 killings formation was actually broken by Gu Fei's saber strike, leaving a hole that was thousands of feet long. Below the thousands of zhang-wide crack, hundreds of myriad world sect's disciples were directly cut into clouds of blood mist, dissipating into the void. What? The 5 celestial immortal old ancestors who were in charge of the 5 great formation cores were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This was the 10,000 killings formation of the 9 heavens 10 earths, the strongest killing formation of the myriad world sect, yet a crack was actually cut open by a single strike from Gu Fei. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, even Long Chun, the #1 expert on the genius list, could not help but be shocked. The strike that Gu Fei had just executed was not simple. Even the Saber King of the Eastern region would not be able to produce such a strike that could even dim the heaven and earth. Fortunately, the saber light in Gu Fei's hand dissipated after it cut open the defensive barrier of the 10,000 Killings formation of the 9 heavens 10 earths. This caused the 5 celestial immortals of the Myriad World sect to heave a sigh of relief. If Gu Fei could continuously strike with his saber, it would definitely be a disaster for them. Gu Fei died. The mystic transformation celestial immortal roared. His proud disciple, Shi Xiao, died in the hands of Gu Fei. Even Shi Xiao's big brother, Shi Gan, died in the hands of Gu Fei. The Myriad World sect naturally wanted to settle this score with Gu Fei. Kill. The other 4 celestial immortals roared at the same time. Then, the 5 great formation cores of the 10,000 Killings formation of the 9 heavens 10 earths suddenly lit up. In the next moment, 5 immortal rays of light shot out from the 5 great formation cores, piercing towards Gu Fei. The speed of the 5 rays of light was so fast that even Gu Fei could not dodge them. Gu Fei was shocked, but in the next moment, when the 5 rays of light struck him, a ball of divine light suddenly emerged from his chest. Chapter 4058. The sight of Gu Fei taking on the all-world sect's 9 heavens 10 earths 10,000 Killings formation all by himself shocked everyone present. The battle prowess he displayed was too terrifying. Even the Long clan's peerless genius, the #1 genius on the genius ranking, Long Chun, couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, the entire world felt like it was about to collapse. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The all-world sect's 9 heavens 10 earths 10,000 Killings formation was extremely powerful. The all-world sect's 5 celestial immortals, led by the all-world sect's sect master, Dark Form Celestial Immortal, began to fight with all their might. The peerless killing formation frantically gathered the heaven and earth's yuan qi. From each of the 5 great formation eyes, an immortal and terrifying divine light shot out. These 5 divine lights tore through the void and shot towards Gu Fei's body. Master, Gu Fei, Master, Zhou Zairu, Emo Xian and Sword Immortal Qingfeng were all shocked to see this. Roar. Gu Fei let out a low roar. A ball of divine light emerged from his chest. The ball of divine light sucked in the 5 divine lights that were piercing towards him. How is this possible? When the profound transformation celestial immortal who was guarding the center of the formation saw this, he was greatly shocked. At this moment, the energy gathered by the entire 9 heavens, 10,000 Killings formation was being devoured by the ball of divine light in Gu Fei's chest. Oh no! The Dark Form Celestial Immortal and the other 4 Celestial Immortals hurriedly operated the 9 heavens, 10,000 Killings formation with all their might, trying to retract the energy that was leaking out of the formation. However, to their horror, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't retract the leaking energy. Moreover, the speed at which the killing formation's energy leaked out was increasing. In just a few breaths' time, the energy gathered by the peerless killing formation surged towards Gu Fei like a broken dam. Sect Master, this. The 4 celestial immortals in the center of the formation stared at the dark form celestial immortal in fear. Why don't we self-detonate the killing formation and perish together with this guy? A mighty-looking celestial immortal said fiercely. What? Self-exploding killing formation? When the other celestial immortals heard this, their expressions instantly went ghastly pale. All of them were celestial immortals that had lived for countless years, and it wasn't easy for them to obtain their cultivation at the celestial immortal realm. Yet he wanted them to perish together with Gu Fei? What a joke. The longer one lived, the more they cherished their lives, and the more they feared death. Even the mystic transformation celestial immortal hesitated. Sect Master, it will be too late if you hesitate any longer. The heavenly immortal who suggested taking Gu Fei down with him said anxiously, Fatty Pang, I won't stop you if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. A thin celestial immortal said coldly, That's right. If you want to go all out against that madman, you can go, but I won't. A heavenly immortal clad in black clothes and shrouded in black mist also did not want to go all out against Gu Fei. Surrender. Finally, the celestial immortal who had been silent all this while sighed. At this moment, the entire 9 heavens 10,000 kills array shot out beams of divine light. All of them rushed towards Gu Fei and were devoured by his eternal true bone. A mysterious aura that even golden immortals would feel their hearts palpitate emanated from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, the eternal true bone in Gu Fei's chest began to awaken. It was frantically devouring the power of the 9 heavens 10,000 kills array. With the eternal true bone as the center, eternal essence Qi began to spread out. The eternal essence Qi nourished his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. Gu Fei's martial body began to metamorphose into the eternal martial body. Right now, he was simply too weak. He desperately wanted to obtain more power so that he could return to the primogenitor's realm and wipe the demons from the primogenitor's realm. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky, causing the entire world to tremble under his roar. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, causing countless living beings to be terrified to the extreme. Everyone looked at this scene in utter shock. Soon, the 9 heavens 10,000 kills array that was said to be able to fight golden immortals collapsed. Countless array runes dissipated into the void. As the countless divine lights disappeared, the power gathered by the killing array was completely devoured by Gu Fei's eternal true bone. At the same time, the 100,000 cultivators from the myriad world sect had all their essence, qi, and spirit sucked dry. Countless corpses fell from the sky like raindrops. Everyone was stunned. Gu Fei's body trembled. Immediately, an explosive sound rang out from within his body. His tendons and bones sounded at the same time. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. At this moment, Gu Fei felt his entire body brimming with power. It was as though he could punch through the heaven and earth with a single punch. After devouring so much heaven and earth yuan qi, Gu Fei's cultivation didn't increase at all. This left everyone in disbelief. It was truly unimaginable. If it was an ordinary worldly immortal, after devouring the unimaginable amount of energy gathered by the 9 heavens 10,000 kills array, their cultivation would definitely rise to the earthly immortal realm. One must know that this energy was too powerful. That was an ancient killing array that could rival golden immortals. Congratulations, Master. Zhou was surprised and overjoyed. She didn't dare to believe it. Congratulations. Emotion looked at Gu Fei with a complicated expression. Needless to say, after Gu Fei devoured the energy of the killing array, his battle prowess must have increased by a large margin. Now, even an earthly immortal would be as weak as an ant in front of him. At this moment, following the collapse of the 9 heavens 10,000 kills array, 5 powerful silhouettes appeared in the void. However, the focus of everyone's attention wasn't on these heavenly immortal old ancestors. Instead, it was on Gu Fei, who stood quietly in the void with his hands behind his back. Gu Fei's invincible demeanor stunned everyone present. One person suppressing an entire sect. This is incredible. Some of the older generation exclaimed. In the entire immortal martial realm, it had been many years since such a peerless expert appeared, and the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord, who was spectating from afar, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He was originally in closed-door seclusion, but when he heard that Gu Fei actually wanted to challenge the supreme powers of the central immortal realms, he immediately exited his seclusion and rushed over. He originally wanted to see Gu Fei being oppressed, but who would have thought that he would see Gu Fei unleashing his invincible might, turning the tables on the myriad world sect, and even killing Shurgan in the hands of Gu Fei. Now, Gu Fei actually suppressed an entire sect with his own strength. This caused the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord to be completely dumbfounded. Why aren't you guys coming over to pay your respects to the master? Sword Immortal Qingfeng raised his head and puffed out his chest as he shouted at the 5 heavenly immortals. This heavenly immortal Xianhua and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They were lofty heavenly immortal old ancestors. Only others would kneel to them. When would they ever have to pay respects to others? Don't think that you're invincible just because you broke our killing array. The heavenly immortal surnamed Pang coldly said. Impudent. Sword immortal Qingfeng glared at the heavenly immortal surnamed Pang and roared in rage. Fatty Pang, are you courting death? Sword immortal Qingfeng coldly said. A mere human immortal dares to be so arrogant in front of this old ancestor? This old ancestor can squash you to death with a single finger, Fatty Pang said disdainfully. Not convinced? Go to hell then. Only to see Gu Fei waving his hand. Bam! Chapter 4059. Gu Fei waved his hand and Fatty Pang exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Even the celestial weapon he had on him shattered and turned into scrap metal. What? The dark form heavenly immortal and the others were drenched in blood, but they were all trembling in fear, not daring to even let out a fart. Humph! Ignorant fools. Sword immortal Qingfeng glanced at the dark form heavenly immortal and the others, his eyes filled with disdain. So what if you are heavenly immortal old ancestors? In front of my master, aren't you just ants? We pay our respects to master. The dark form heavenly immortal and the others hurriedly knelt down to Gu Fei. Gu Fei formed seals with his hands as 4 balls of divine light shot out from his palms, entering the bodies of the dark form heavenly immortal and the others. He directly planted a sealing technique on the bodies of the dark form heavenly immortal and the others. Their life and death depended on a single thought of his. Gu Fei single-handedly subdued the myriad world sect. When the news spread out, the entire world was shocked. Even the invincible golden immortals of the immortal martial realm wouldn't be able to subdue the myriad world sect. At this moment, the dark form heavenly immortal was extremely depressed. His opponent could kill heavenly immortals like dogs. He had no choice but to lower his head. Lead the way to the myriad world sect. Gu Fei spoke to the dark form heavenly immortal. Yes, master. The dark form heavenly immortal acknowledged and flew towards the direction of the myriad world sect's ancestral grounds. Very quickly, the news of Gu Fei wanting to take away the origin energy of heaven and earth spread throughout the central immortal realms. After that, the entire central immortal realms was in an uproar. He actually wants to take away the origin energy of heaven and earth. This is too crazy. If he succeeds, the entire central immortal realms will be finished. In an instant, the entire central immortal realms felt a sense of pressure, as though a storm was brewing. The Long Clan, Xin Clan, Star Palace, War God Hall, these peak powers of the central immortal realms were all alarmed. The origin energy of heaven and earth was sealed within the ancestral vein of the central immortal realms. Whoever dared to take it away would be the enemy of all the powers of the central immortal realms. That Gu Fei even subdued the myriad world sect. Who can be his opponent? I'm afraid even a golden immortal would find it difficult to kill him. An expert of the older generation said worriedly, not necessarily. Myriad world sect isn't the strongest heaven sect or divine religion in the central celestial realm. The top forces like Long family, Xin family, Warlord Temple and Star Palace have yet to take action, someone said. However, there were still many people in the central immortal realms who were convinced by Gu Fei's unrivaled style of suppressing an entire sect by himself. The Long Clan, Xin Clan, War God Hall, these powers had dominated the central immortal realms for countless years. Now that Gu Fei was finally able to challenge these forces, there were naturally many people who hoped that Gu Fei would be able to make a breakthrough. However, just as Gu Fei and the others arrived at the myriad world sect, a silhouette directly broke through the void and descended from the sky. A boundless pressure was emitted from this silhouette. With a wave of his hand, he directly grabbed towards the ancestral grounds of the myriad world sect. In an instant, a huge palm enveloped the entire space, covering the entire sky. The power of this attack was shocking. Oomph! A cold laugh could be heard from the ancestral grounds of the myriad world sect. Shenhua Celestial Immortal opened his eyes and looked up. The next moment, a huge hand also rushed out from the ancestral grounds of the myriad world sect. Boom! The two huge hands instantly collided. The huge hand that Xianhua Celestial Immortal had conjured could not even withstand a single blow and was crushed by the huge hand in the sky. The huge hand was like a huge mountain, slamming towards the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. The terrifying divine might shook the entire heaven and earth. In the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, Xianhua Celestial Immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. Golden Immortal? He was terrified. Seeing the huge hand pressing down from the sky, he could only activate the defensive formation of the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. Buzz. The void trembled and a layer of divine light appeared between heaven and earth, covering the entire ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. Boom. The huge hand slammed onto the layer of divine light above the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. The next moment, there was a sound of something breaking and the layer of divine light had countless cracks. What? All the disciples in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect were shocked by the scene. Gu Fei walked out from one of the pavilions and punched towards the sky. His punch did not contain any violent energy fluctuations, nor did it contain any might. However, the layer of divine light in the sky that didn't dare to crack had a fist imprint on it. Bam! Gu Fei's fist energy directly collided with the huge hand in the sky. In the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the sky. Then, the huge hand actually retracted itself. Shua! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly shot up into the sky. He directly punched a hole in the layer of divine light above the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect and rushed out. Everyone in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect was dumbfounded. Gu Fei clenched his right fist and punched towards the sky. Bam! The fist energy that erupted from Gu Fei's fist pierced through the void of heaven and earth, ignoring the distance between them. A skinny figure that was 100 miles away was shaken out of the void. It was a skinny old man. At this moment, the little old man's face was filled with terror. He lowered his head and saw that a bloody hole had appeared on his chest. Gu Fei's fist energy actually ignored the distance of 100 miles and pierced through the old man's body. How is this possible? The little old man laughed bitterly with boundless unwillingness, and then with a bang, his entire body exploded and transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Only then did Gu Fei retract his fist. The immortals who rushed out from the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect were in disbelief. Do you know who that person is? Gu Fei looked at the profound transformation Heavenly Immortal. It's an old ancestor of the Godly Blade sect. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The mystic transformation Heavenly Immortal said with lingering fear in his heart. The Godly Sabergate had once produced a Golden Immortal, and this old ancestor of the Godly Sabergate was a Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, he encountered Gu Fei, and this time, he had truly fallen. The Godly Blade sect actually had a golden essence old ancestor alive. Since you dare to provoke me, then I shall annihilate the Godly Blade sect, Gu Fei said indifferently. The profound transformation Heavenly Immortal hesitated. Why, is there a problem? Gu Fei asked. No, there is no problem at all. The profound transformation Heavenly Immortal quickly said. His master actually killed a Golden Immortal with a single punch. How could he dare to say no? However, before Gu Fei could denounce the Godly Blade sect, the major sects and divine sects of the Central Celestial Domain came looking for him. Long Family, Xin Family, Star Palace, and War God Temple are here to pay a visit to Gu Fei. A voice traveled from the outside of the Myriad World sect's ancestral ground into the ancestral ground, as well as into the ears of everyone inside the ancestral ground. Everyone in the 10,000 World sect's ancestral land was shocked to the extreme when the top powers of the 4 central immortal domains paid a visit at the same time. Chapter 4060. The Long Clan, Xin Clan, Star Palace, War God Hall. These 4 clans and sects were all peak powers in the central immortal martial realm. These powers were the true rulers of the central immortal realms, suppressing the central immortal realms for countless years. Second-rate powers like the Godly Blade sect, Myriad World sect, and Brahma Pure sect couldn't be compared to them. The Myriad World sect was incomparably terrified by the arrival of these four powers. What should we do? Even the sect leader of the Myriad World sect, the mystic transformation Heaven Immortal, was at a loss. One must know that the four major powers of Long Clan either had a golden immortal overseeing them, or they had a golden immortal grade immortal equipment left behind by a golden immortal to safeguard their fate. The Long Clan even had a supreme immortal artifact left behind by an immortal emperor. It was said that the golden immortal of the Long Clan had already fallen, but no one knew the truth. However, the other three powers didn't dare to antagonize the Long Clan. Even without a golden immortal, no one would dare to challenge the Long Clan, the number one clan in the central immortal realms. As for the War God Hall, Star Palace, and Xin Clan, they were all powers with golden immortals. Naturally, these were only the golden immortals on the surface. No one knew exactly how many golden immortals there were in the central immortal realms. Taoist Gu, aren't you going to invite us in? An ancient voice rang out. Outside the Thousand World Sect's ancestral grounds, four powerful figures appeared in the void, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. These four experts were all celestial immortals. The strongest among them was a white-robed old man, who was also the one who spoke earlier. The old man's cultivation had already reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, only a fine line away from the half-step golden immortal realm. Xin Fanyan, Brother Xin, what is the meaning of this? The dark form heavenly immortal's voice rang out from within the Myriad World sect. Fellow Taoist Xinhua, we're only here to meet fellow Taoist Gu Fei. A green-robed middle-aged Taoist said calmly with a horsetail whisk in his hand. Taoist Wuchen, my master doesn't wish to see you. Please leave. Xin Fanyun, Jin Wuchen, Fairy Nebula, and Long Tianqing. These four heavenly immortals were all famous heavenly immortals in the central immortal realms. The pressure on the mystic transformation heavenly immortal was as great as a mountain. He wouldn't be a match for any one of these four heavenly immortals, let alone when all four of them came at the same time. Furthermore, these four heavenly immortals represented the four top powers of the central immortal region. It's not up to him whether he wants to see her or not. He was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, and the temperature of the world kept dropping. A cold wind blew, and sword chi soared into the sky. How dare you threaten my master? Another voice sounded in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, and an extremely sharp sword chi rippled out from the ancestral grounds. Sword immortal? Jin Wuchen waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, his eyes lighting up. Humph! A puny human immortal dares to act impudently in front of us? Xin Fanyan sneered. I have a sword that can slay sky immortals. In a pavilion in the Myriad World sect's ancestral land, Sword Immortal Qingfeng raised his head to look at Jin Wuchen in the sky. A human immortal killing off a heavenly immortal? Haha, this is too funny. The four heavenly immortals burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Let's go. Let them witness what a supreme sword Dao is. Inside the pavilion, Gu Fei was leisurely lying on a chair, flipping through the Myriad World sect's Cornerstone Secret Manual. The Cornerstone Secret Manual of the Myriad World sect was merely an incomplete cultivation technique. The complete Eternal World Secret Manual could be cultivated to the Sage Realm, but the incomplete manual could only be cultivated to the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Gu Fei casually flipped through a few pages, then threw it to the side. This caused the sect leader of the Myriad World sect, Dark State Celestial Immortal, to feel his heart ache. He hurriedly and carefully picked up the Eternal World Secret Manual. This was the foundation of the Myriad World sect's inheritance. This Gu Fei actually looked down on the Eternal World Secret Manual? Throw it away like a shoe? The Dark State Celestial Immortal was shocked. Yes, Master. Sword Immortal Qingfeng hurriedly nodded, then turned into a sword light and shot up into the sky, charging out of the Myriad World sect's ancestral land. Io, this little guy really dared to come out? Jin Wuchen and the others were very surprised. One should know that a human immortal would never dare to challenge a heavenly immortal. A heavenly immortal could kill a human immortal with a single finger. To put it bluntly, Even a human immortal would lose a layer of skin from a heavenly immortal sneeze. I really admire your courage, but I have to say, you are also the stupidest person in the world. How dare you challenge us? Isn't this no different from courting death? Jian Wuchen said disdainfully. Whether I'm stupid or not is not up to you to decide, Sword Immortal Qingfeng said indifferently. Sword Immortal Clearwind said calmly. The extreme Dao 9 kills sword that Gu Fei had imparted to him was definitely the strongest sword Dao in the world. At this moment, even if he were to face a celestial immortal, he would still be extremely confident. Brother Wuchen, this little guy seems to be quite confident. Long Tianqing laughed. In his opinion, a human immortal challenging a heavenly immortal was a joke. There's no need for the old ancestor to take action against a little guy like this. I'll deal with him. At this moment, a figure rushed over from the distance. Powerful sword energy erupted from this figure, seemingly tearing the void apart. And Jian Wuchen wore a proud expression. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in green robes. This middle-aged man carried an ancient sword on his back, and his aura was as sharp as a peerless divine weapon. Die. The person didn't even announce his name. He directly patted the ancient sword on his back. In the next moment, with a clang, the ancient sword was unsheathed and turned into a dazzling sword light, slashing directly at Sword Immortal Qingfeng. The incomparably swift and fierce sword light tore through the void. The vast and mighty sword Qi seemed to have frozen the void. Sect Origin Swords. Sword Immortal Qingfeng unhurriedly clenched his right hand into a sword finger and drew the sword light in the void. The sword light that was slashing towards him was actually drawn away by him. The sharp sword light circled around Sword Immortal Qingfeng's body and directly slashed back at that person. That person was truly shocked. What kind of sword Dao was this? How could it draw his sword light? How was this possible? What? Seeing this, Jian Wuchen's pupils contracted violently. Sect Origin Swords? Jian Wuchen stared fixedly at Sword Immortal Qingfeng. What kind of sword Dao did you impart to your servant? In the myriad world sect's ancestral land, Imo Xian who was watching the battle through the dazzling light projection technique, was extremely curious. Gu Fei had imparted some sword Dao cultivation techniques to Sword Immortal Qingfeng. Imo Xian had never imagined that the sword Dao cultivation technique Gu Fei had imparted to Sword Immortal Qingfeng would be so miraculous. This wasn't the true sect origin swords. The true sect origin swords could make all the swords bow with a single movement of the sword intent. With Sword Immortal Qingfeng's cultivation, he hadn't even touched the edge of the sect origin swords, let alone the sect origin swords. However, it was still more than enough to control this fellow's immortal sword. Swish! That person immediately retreated. However, the sword light controlled by Sword Immortal Qingfeng was unimaginably fast. With a flash of sword light, that person was sliced in half. A ball of divine light wrapped around a primordial spirit and rushed out from the corpse. However, a burst of sword Qi directly destroyed the ball of divine light, and the primordial spirit dissipated. A powerful earth immortal, and a sword immortal at that, died under Sword Immortal Qingfeng's sword just like that. Sword Immortal Qingfeng waved his hand, and the sword light flew back to him. The sword light dissipated, and an ancient sword appeared, floating in front of him. The four heavenly immortals were dumbfounded. They never imagined that Sword Immortal Qingfeng could kill an earth immortal with a single sword strike. Earth immortals were a whole realm higher than human immortals. Earth immortals could kill human immortals like ants, but now, the tables had been turned. A human immortal could kill an earth immortal as easily as stepping on an ant. I said, I have a sword that can kill heaven immortals. Sword Immortal Qingfeng said indifferently. Preposterous. The four heavenly immortals were shocked and angry. At this time, no one dared to underestimate this little fellow. Very well, let me have a taste of your sword Dao. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, Jian Wuchen waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. In the next moment, the threads of the horsetail whisk transformed into countless extremely sharp sword light, piercing towards Sword Immortal Qingfeng. Every sword light tore through the void, leaving pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. Extreme 9 murders, First slash. Sword Immortal Qingfeng grasped the ancient sword in front of him. In the next moment, he swung his sword, and a wave of sword qi surged forward, instantly piercing through the countless sword lights and colliding with each other. When the sword lights struck the wave of sword qi, it was as if they had struck a water droplet. They were directly refined and devoured. After refining and devouring Jian Wuchen's sword light, the wave of sword qi became even more powerful. Countless hair-like cracks appeared in the surrounding void. It can actually devour my sword essence? Jian Wuchen was truly shocked. His opponent's sword Dao was too strange. He was clearly a human immortal. How could he kill an earth immortal and fight a heaven immortal? However, this was simply impossible. This miraculous scene was happening right before everyone's eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Buzz. The wave of sword qi surged forward. Jian Wuchen wanted to withdraw his horsetail whisk, but he was shocked to find that his horsetail whisk was being sucked in by his opponent's sword qi. The power of the sword qi surged along the horsetail whisk toward him. Damn it! Jian Wuchen threw away the horsetail whisk in his hand and retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a sharp sword light, which shot towards Sword Immortal Qingfeng. The attack of a heaven immortal was extraordinary. The sword light flashed past extremely fast. It was as if the world was being cleaved in half by the sword. Sword qi spread out, shaking the entire world. Extreme 9 murders, second slash. Sword Immortal Qingfeng's sword stance changed. In the next moment, his figure blurred, as if he had become a phantom. Chapter 4061. Jian Wuchen finally made his move. Sword light spat out from his mouth as the Wuchen sword transformed into a resplendent beam of sword light, piercing through Sword Immortal Clearwind's body. At this moment, Sword Immortal Clearwind had already executed the second strike of the Extreme Dao 9 kills swordplay. His entire body abruptly turned illusory. The extremely sharp sword light flashed across his body and unexpectedly became dim. How is this possible? Jian Wuchen was indescribably shocked. His opponent was actually devouring his sword energy. This was the source energy of the sword Dao. Nothing is impossible. Sword Immortal Clearwind was expressionless. In the next instant, like a gust of wind, he instantly vanished into nothingness, leaving no traces behind. What? Jian Wuchen jumped in fright. He had never seen or heard of such a sword Dao before. It was definitely not the sword Dao of the immortal martial realm. Jian Wuchen was a heavenly sword immortal from the War God Hall. He had once roamed the world with his sword, and everywhere he passed by, no one was a match for him. It could be said that Jian Wuchen had seen all kinds of sword Daos in the immortal martial realm, but he had never seen such a sword Dao that could transform into nothingness. Swish! At this moment, he only felt a cold sensation on his face, followed by a burning pain. Stretching his hand out to touch his face, he discovered that his hand was covered in blood. It was as though his face had been slashed by a sharp blade. Jian Wuchen was greatly shocked and hurriedly retreated. Numerous wounds appeared on his robes as blood seeped out from his body. This was formless sword qi. This was the second strike of the Extreme Dao 9 kills swordplay that Gu Fei had taught Sword Immortal Clearwind. The sword light was formless, and so was the person. Formless, shadowless, and traceless. This, Xin Fanyun, Fairy Nebula, and Long Tianxing were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. One must know that in their eyes, Sword Immortal Clearwind was merely a little fellow, a human immortal that they could crush at any time. However, the ant in their eyes actually injured Jian Wuchen. This was simply a miracle. How could a human immortal injure a heavenly immortal? One must know that a human immortal was 2 levels lower than a heavenly immortal. In terms of cultivation realm, the difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, let alone the difference of 2 realms. This could no longer be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Roar! Jian Wuchen roared. Countless sword lights rushed out of his body, forming a layer of sword astral around him. His celestial immortal domain instantly erupted, covering the entire area. Buzz! Jian Wuchen seemed to have transformed into the ruler of this world. At the same time, Sword Immortal Breezy's figure appeared within the sword domain. My domain, I rule. Let's see where you can hide, Jian Wuchen proudly declared. His hair was disheveled, and he was covered in blood. Although he was in a sorry state, he still had the bearing of a grandmaster of the sword Dao. Humph. Sword Immortal Qing Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Die. Being injured by an ant-like little fellow infuriated Jian Wuchen. This was too shameful, and he wished he could kill this fellow with a single slash. Buzz. The entire sword domain shook and one peerless sword light after another swept towards Sword Immortal Clearwind. Every one of the sword light was strong enough to kill off the average heavenly immortal. In the face of this lethal attack, Sword Immortal Qing Feng's expression remained unchanged. Extreme Dao 9 slashes, third slash, realm slash. Sword Immortal Clearwind roared. His body trembled, and an endless amount of sword Dao energy immediately gathered towards the divine sword in his hand. Kill. Sword Immortal Clearwind roared. All the sword energy in his body instantly gathered on the divine sword in his hand. In the next moment, a sky-piercing sword light appeared within Jian Wuchen's sword Dao domain. Endless sword qi gathered at one point, and then suddenly exploded. Swoosh! The sword light soared into the sky and split Jian Wuchen's sword Dao domain in half. What? Xin Fanyun and the others were dumbfounded. That was a celestial immortal domain, but it was split by a human immortal sword. That sword light actually carried a trace of immortality. What kind of sword Dao is this? Long Tianqing's voice trembled. This kind of sword Dao energy was too heaven-defying. Incredible. A golden immortal level sword Dao? Or a supreme immortal emperor level sword Dao? Goddess Nebula stared at Sword Immortal Clearwind, who had split the celestial immortal domain with a single slash. All right, I'll send you on your way. Sword Immortal Clearwind's face was still as calm as ever. In the next moment, he used the fourth of the extreme Dao 9 slashes. Time seemed to stand still as the sword slashed out. The vast and mighty sword Dao energy from Sword Immortal Clearwind's body actually affected time and space. In the next moment, Jian Wuchen's sword Dao domain instantly collapsed. Jian Wuchen wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't move. He couldn't even move a finger. Roar! He roared crazily and desperately circulated his mystic arts, but it was all in vain. Jian Wuchen could only stare blankly as the sword in his opponent's hand pierced through his forehead. Then, his consciousness sank into endless darkness. The War God Temple's sword immortal, Jian Wuchen, was dead. His body and soul were both destroyed. Sword Immortal Clearwind flicked his sword lightly. A trace of dust fell from the tip of the sword and then dissipated into the void. The power of this sword was too terrifying. Even the immortal artifacts on Jian Wuchen's body were destroyed by this sword Dao energy, leaving nothing behind. This, Xin Fanyun, Goddess Nebula, and Long Tianqing weren't just astonished. This scene had completely exceeded their understanding. A human immortal had killed a celestial immortal. This was like an ant killing an elephant. How could an ant kill an elephant? Sword Immortal Clearwind had already expended a great deal of his vital energy. The extreme Dao 9 slashes was powerful to a heaven-defying degree, but it also consumed a vast amount of vital energy. Sword Immortal Clearwind felt like his body had been hollowed out. He was on the verge of collapse. He's done for. Long Xingtian saw through Sword Immortal Clearwind's weakness with a single glance. Little guy, surrender obediently and we'll spare your life. Xian Fanyun's face was dark, and his eyes shone with a frightening sharpness. These guys had their eyes on Sword Immortal Clearwind's supreme sword Dao that could kill celestial immortals. They wouldn't kill Sword Immortal Clearwind, but if Sword Immortal Clearwind were to fall into their hands, his fate would be incomparably miserable. Humph, you want me to surrender with just you? What a joke. Sword Immortal Clearwind sneered. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight, and you still dare to act so impudently in front of us? How many more swords can you unleash? Xin Fanyun said coldly. The three celestial immortals glared at Sword Immortal Clearwind like hungry wolves, wanting to devour him in one gulp. Such a heaven-defying sword Dao could definitely drive anyone crazy. The three celestial immortals were no exception. They couldn't sit still any longer. If they could obtain such a sword Dao, wouldn't they be able to kill golden immortals? However, none of them made a move. They knew that whoever made a move first would be the unlucky one. These guys were all celestial immortals who had lived for countless years. None of them wanted to be the first to make a move. No one knew how many more swords immortal Clearwind could unleash. You're still not going to make a move? Emocian asked Gu Fei as she watched the scene unfold on the mystic light mirror in the myriad world sect's ancestral grounds. Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a spatial tear appeared in the void. In the next instant, a figure stepped out from the spatial tear. This person was also dressed in black, and he looked exactly like Gu Fei. This, Emocian and Zhou Zairu were shocked. What was going on? The black-robed youth didn't say a word. He took a step forward and instantly appeared outside the myriad world sect's ancestral grounds. He stood in front of Sword Immortal Clearwind, blocking the three celestial immortals. The three celestial immortals were shocked. Master! Sword Immortal Clearwind hurriedly knelt down. Master? You are Gu Fei. Xian Fanyun stared at the black-robed youth in front of him, a murderous look on his face. The black-robed Gu Fei didn't say a word. What an arrogant fellow. Long Tianqing stared at the black-robed Gu Fei with a solemn expression. The auras of the three celestial immortals continued to soar. The terrifying might of a celestial immortal swept out in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble as if it was about to collapse. A celestial immortal could destroy a city or a country. With a single strike, they could collapse a mountain range and sink the earth. However, the black-robed Gu Fei stood there quietly. Even in the face of the overwhelming might, he was still as calm as the wind. To him, the earth-shattering might was like a light breeze. At this time, in the Myriad World Sect's ancestral grounds, everyone from the Myriad World Sect was looking at the two sides in the sky in shock. Isn't Master in the ancestral grounds? Who is that person? The dark-form celestial immortal was shocked. Could this be the doppelganger technique? However, for a doppelganger to have such power, it was beyond the scope of the dark-form celestial immortal's understanding. Master is using a doppelganger to fight three celestial immortals? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Boom. At this time, the black-robed Gu Fei made his move. In the next instant, his strength erupted like a mountain torrent, sweeping out in all directions and sending Sword Immortal Clearwind flying. Kill. The three celestial immortals roared at the same time. In the next instant, all three celestial immortals made their moves. A huge seal rose from Long Tianqing's hand, turning into a huge golden seal that pressed down on the black-robed Gu Fei. The power that emanated from the golden seal was extremely powerful. The shadow of a ferocious beast rushed out from Xian Fanyun's body, turning into a ferocious tiger that pounced towards Li Kuang. Goddess Nebula was even more powerful. She used the heavenly mystic art to attract the power of the stars to her body. Her shadow actually emitted specks of starlight. It was as if a star field had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Goddess Nebula waved her right hand, and huge stars immediately flew towards the black-robed Gu Fei. Each star emitted a peerless power of the stars. A single star could destroy an entire mountain range. It was absolutely terrifying, absolutely powerful. Chapter 4062. The black-robed Gu Fei was extremely powerful. With a flick of his finger, he shattered the heavenly dragon seal, sent Fairy Nebula flying with a slap, and almost destroyed half of Xian Fanyun's body with a punch. This scene caused the major characters in the Myriad World Sect to be incomparably shocked. The other disciples of the Myriad World Sect were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. That's just a clone. Yet he could actually contend against those famous characters in the immortal martial realm. Not only that, he could even suppress those major characters. The mystic transformation Heavenly Immortal was indescribably shocked. The combat prowess displayed by the black-robed Gu Fei was simply too heaven-defying. Such combat prowess was probably even more terrifying than a golden immortal. If he wanted to destroy us, it would be as effortless as blowing off dust. An elder from the Myriad World sect said in a trembling voice. He stared in terror at the mountain peak where Gu Fei was at. Just thinking about how he had once fought against such a character caused him to break out in cold sweat. The Myriad World sect's heavenly immortals rejoiced at their choice back then. If they had chosen to fight to the death with Gu Fei, the ones who would have died would definitely be them. That day, the 5 heavenly immortals of the Myriad World sect laid down the 9 heavens 10 earths 10,000 killings formation in an attempt to kill Gu Fei. Who would have thought that Gu Fei would actually destroy the 10,000 killings formation with his own strength? This directly led to the deaths of over 100,000 elite disciples. Of the 5 heavenly immortals, 1 was killed, while the other 4 submitted to Gu Fei. Boom! At this moment, the black-robed Gu Fei stretched out his hand, directly grabbing the heavenly dragon seal. The heavenly dragon seal trembled violently, and in the next instant, it transformed into a golden dragon that wanted to devour the black-robed Gu Fei. However, the black-robed Gu Fei exerted force in his right hand. Gotcha! The heavenly dragon seal was actually crushed into pieces by him. The golden dragon let out a mournful wail before directly disintegrating in the air. Roar! Long Tianqing screamed as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The strand of divine sense he had attached to the heavenly dragon seal was directly destroyed by the black-robed Gu Fei, causing him to suffer a great impact, and his injuries were not light. How is this possible? Long Tianqing was extremely shocked. That was a treasure that had been passed down in the Long family for countless years, and it was actually crushed by this guy. Just how powerful was this guy? It was hard to imagine. Shattering a golden immortal artifact with his bare hands. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. This was no ordinary immortal artifact. Fairy Nebula, Xin Fanyun, and the rest were all dumbfounded. The heavenly dragon imprint was a golden immortal-ranked immortal weapon. It was extremely famous even in the central immortal realms of the immortal martial realm. The Long family patriarch who refined the heavenly dragon seal was a fierce person of his generation. He was exceptionally powerful. He had once killed an evil flood dragon and used its corpse to refine this seal. The flood dragon had the cultivation base of a gold immortal, and its flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had been refined into an ancient seal. Once this seal was unleashed, it was enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. It could destroy a city or even a country. It could even sink a mountain range. Rumble. Long Tianqing went all out. He transformed into a golden dragon that was even larger than a mountain and lunged towards the black-robed Gu Fei. His gigantic dragon claws tore through the void. Humph! The black-robed Gu Fei coldly laughed as he punched out. This punch was extremely ordinary, like an ordinary person punching a fist. However, it was this extremely ordinary punch that directly blasted the gigantic dragon through the air. Golden blood rained down from the sky. That was the blood of a dragon. Although it wasn't the blood of a true dragon, the power of its bloodline was something even a true dragon couldn't compare to. The spectators were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This fellow was too powerful, like a reincarnated golden immortal. He defeated Long Tianqing with a single punch. One must know that Long Tianqing was one of the strongest existences in the Long clan. Other than the clan lord of the Long clan and an ancient relic that had lived for countless years, Long Tianqing was the strongest. But now, this Long Tianqing couldn't even block a single punch from this black-robed young man. In that case, who else in the immortal martial realm could be a match for this fellow? Rumble. As the might of Gu Fei's fist grew stronger and stronger, the entire heaven and earth trembled along with it, directly blasting Xin Fanyun away. Xin Fanyun was extremely depressed. Die. Fairy Nebula unleashed her full power. Millions and millions of astral light gushed forth from her, and in the next instant, the entire heaven and earth transformed into a boundless constellation, with each and every constellation revolving. As the sun and moon set, it was as if everyone was in a real star field. At this moment, all the astral energy in the heaven and earth seemed to be drawn over by Fairy Nebula. The astral energy was so dense that it seemed as though it couldn't be dispersed. Astral domain? Xin Fanyun and Long Tianqing were incomparably shocked when they saw this. Fairy Nebula's astral domain was one of the strongest techniques in the central immortal realms. The moment she unleashed her astral domain, she was unstoppable and had even defeated other heavenly immortals. Fairy Nebula was very confident in her astral domain. Of course, in the central immortal realms, if you wanted to be famous, the most direct factor was to be able to fight. If you couldn't fight, then you couldn't be called an expert. The heir of the Star Palace was known as the Star War God, and Fairy Nebula was even more outstanding among them. It had to be said that this astral domain was very powerful, but unfortunately, Fairy Nebula's opponent was the black-robed Gu Fei. Although it was only a clone, he could easily crush a heavenly immortal. Boom! He punched out, and in the next instant, millions and millions of stars shattered. Boundless starlight was extinguished, and the countless stars in the heaven and earth seemed to have been wiped away by a giant hand. With just one punch, Fairy Nebula's astral domain, which she was so proud of, had been destroyed by Gu Fei. With just one punch, he had destroyed a heavenly immortal's astral domain without the slightest bit of effort. His ability to lift something heavy as if it were light shocked everyone. Too strong. Sword Immortal Clearwind, who had already retreated to the side, was dumbfounded. He had destroyed Jian Wuchen's astral domain by using the Extreme Dao 9 Kill Sword. The Extreme Dao 9 Kill Sword was a supreme sword Dao created by Gu Fei himself. Only such a supreme sword Dao could kill Jian Wuchen. But Gu Fei had destroyed the astral domain with just one punch. It was just a punch. To defeat a heavenly immortal with just one punch, this black-robed youth's cultivation and battle prowess were definitely above Sword Immortal Clearwind's. Too terrifying, the dark form Celestial Immortal exclaimed. Long Tianqing and the others didn't know that Gu Fei was only a clone of Gu Fei, but they did know that if a clone was already so powerful, wouldn't the real body be even more powerful? It was already very good that a clone could use 1% of the real body's power. If Gu Fei's clone could defeat a heavenly immortal with just one punch, then wouldn't it be easier for his real body to kill a heavenly immortal than a fly? Thinking of this, the big shots of the Myriad World sect were even more frightened. Their master was too mysterious and powerful. They had also investigated Gu Fei's background. He had risen to prominence in the Eastern region and was invincible in the Eastern region. Even the Eastern Martial Saint Emperor couldn't do anything to him. However, this was all on the surface, and anyone could investigate it. However, no one knew where Gu Fei was born, where he cultivated, who his master was, or who could have taught such a powerful disciple. All of this was a mystery to everyone. He's a golden immortal? Someone said in fear. I'm afraid he's not. The dark form Celestial Immortal said with fear. Could he be the legendary Immortal Emperor? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. An Immortal Emperor was a supreme expert that only existed in the ancient Dark Age. Legend had it that a single hair of an Immortal Emperor could cut the sun and the moon, break the universe, and crush mountains and rivers with a single strike. If Gu Fei was really an Immortal Emperor, then it would be fun. Who could stop him if he wanted to take the origin of heaven and earth? One should know that in the current era, the strongest existences were golden immortals. A golden immortal with an immortal weapon left behind by an immortal emperor could display a trace of an immortal emperor's power. However, there was a fundamental difference between this and a real immortal emperor. No matter how powerful an immortal weapon left behind by an immortal emperor was, it was still refined by an immortal emperor. Therefore, an immortal emperor weapon could not hurt an immortal emperor. All right, I'll give you two choices. One is to die. The other is to surrender. I won't say it twice. The black-robed Gu Fei looked at the three heavenly immortals indifferently. Whether it was Long Tianqing, Xin Fanyun, or Goddess Nebula, they were all famous experts in the central immortal domain, peerless and powerful. They were all first-rate heavenly immortals. However, at this moment, one of the three heavenly immortals stared at Gu Fei in shock and anger. They all had one question in mind. Where did this guy come from? The powerful battle prowess displayed by the black-robed Gu Fei rendered them powerless to resist. Die or surrender? Xin Fanyun and the others paled when they heard this. They had lived for countless years and were influential figures in their respective sections. Surrender? However, If they didn't surrender, they would die. The black-robed Gu Fei's battle prowess was too shocking. If they didn't surrender, they would definitely die. It was difficult to choose between a dignified death or a sullen life. However, in the end, the three heavenly immortals chose to lower their heads to Gu Fei because they didn't want to die. This outcome made countless people's eyeballs fall out of their sockets. Even the heirs of the four strongest heavenly sects in the central immortal domain were no match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei had crushed the four heavenly sects with his own strength. For a moment, everyone was speechless. This, Hu, who was on a mountain in the distance, was inexplicably shocked. How could Gu Fei be so powerful? Gu Fei had defeated the four heavenly immortals and was free to deal with the godly knife gate. In another direction, the Eastern Wu overlord's figure appeared in the void. This Gu Fei. The Eastern Wu overlord saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. On this day, this battle, Gu Fei's name was destined to spread throughout the central immortal domain. All those who wanted to plot against Gu Fei failed. Godly Knife Gate, it's time. Chapter 4063. The news of Long Tianqing, Xian Fanyun and Fairy Nebula submitting to Gu Fei circulated around, causing the major powers of the immortal martial realm to be in an uproar. Especially the Long family, the Xian family, the Star Palace, and the Warlord Temple. These four major powers were the pinnacle powers in the central immortal domain. Each of them had a heritage of at least hundreds of thousands of years. They were truly invincible golden immortal families. Families and sects that could be called golden immortal families were those that had produced golden immortals in the past, or were currently being presided over by golden immortals. These golden immortal family clans were the strongest factions in the central immortal domain. Even the Dongwu dynasty could not contend with the golden immortal noble clans. Even the divine martial Holy Land could not. Although the divine martial Holy Land's holy master was the strongest expert in the eastern region, he was not a match for them. However, in the eyes of the Long family, the Xian family, and the other powers, it was nothing. Heavenly immortals were something that any random power in the central immortal region could find at least 2 or 3 of them. Come on. The central immortal realms were the true core of the entire immortal martial realm. The strongest existences of the immortal martial realm were all gathered there. At this moment, the gazes of countless experts in the central immortal realms were focused on the ancestral land of the Myriad World sect. All of this was because of a single person. Gu Fei's name had already shaken the entire central immortal domain. Everyone was talking about Gu Fei and the soul-stirring battle outside the all-world sect's ancestral ground. How preposterous! I now announce that Long Tianqing's name is removed from the Long family. Long family, Patriarch Long Yichen said these words. Long Yichen was the current family head of the Long family. His cultivation base was extremely strong, even stronger than Long Tianqing. He was already at the early stage of Golden Immortal. He had just recently broken through to the initial stage of the Golden Immortal realm. Hence, in the entire Immortal Martial realm, in the entire Central Immortal realms, not many people knew of his actual strength. The Long family finally produced another Golden Immortal. The definition of a Golden Immortal in the Central Immortal domain was to be invincible, to crush everything in its path. After Long Yichen became a Golden Immortal, the Long family became more confident. Long Tianqing submitting to Gu Fei was an absolute humiliation to the Long family. Therefore, the Long family expelled Long Tianqing from the Long family as soon as they received the news. The Xian family made the same decision. They expelled Xian Fanyun from the Xian family, drawing a clear line between them. As for Star Palace, no one jumped out to make irresponsible remarks. Star Palace was very quiet. However, the War God Temple was different. The War God Hall was extremely domineering. The Hall Master of the War God Hall had even challenged Sword Immortal Clearwind to a duel. Sword Immortal Clearwind was Gu Fei's subordinate. The War God Temple's decision to challenge Sword Immortal Clearwind was the same as challenging Gu Fei. Everyone was stunned by the War God Temple's decision. However, to everyone's surprise, Sword Immortal Qing Feng did not accept the challenge. At this time, countless cultivators gathered outside the Myriad World sect. Some of them wanted to become Gu Fei's disciple while others wanted to join the Myriad World sect. These cultivators tried all sorts of methods to get closer to Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care about them at all. He was concocting pills. The Myriad World sect actually had a lot of immortal herbs hidden away. He could use them to concoct a cauldron of pills. The news of him wanting to obtain the source of heaven and earth had spread throughout the central celestial realm. Even so, no one dared to challenge Gu Fei again. Rumble. In the depths of the Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds, thunderous rumbles could be heard coming from a valley. Even from outside the valley, one could feel a strong heat coming from the valley. Inside the valley, a cauldron the size of a small mountain floated in the void. 9 dragon shadows rushed out from the ground and circled around the cauldron. The essence of the entire Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds was guided by Gu Fei, turning into the 9 heavens godly fire to refine the peerless divine pill inside the cauldron. The Myriad World sect's upper echelon was shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone using heaven and earth as a cauldron to refine a heaven-defying divine pill. In the end, Gu Fei even drew out the true fire of Earth Lung. This was a technique that only celestial immortals could use. The true fire of Earth Lung was very unstable, and if one was careless and ignited it, even a celestial immortal would be heavily injured. When the Earth Lung true fire was drawn out by Gu Fei, everyone was stunned to the extreme. Rumble. The gigantic cauldron revolved, and after 49 days, the divine pill inside was refined 49 times, finally forming into a pill. A divine lotus bloomed above the cauldron as a medicinal fragrance permeated the air. With just a sniff, everyone could feel their immortal energy circulating at an even faster rate. It was as though just a sniff could raise their cultivation base by over 10 years. This, one of the most powerful alchemists in the immortal martial realm, Wu Tongtian, was also dumbfounded at this moment. The pill concoction methods of this fellow were simply unheard of. The Wu clan, the pill cauldron aristocrat clan. Out of all the medicinal pills in the world, almost half of them originated from the Wu clan. In terms of strength, the Wu clan couldn't be compared to the 4 peak powers. However, they weren't to be underestimated. Nobody was willing to offend the Wu clan because everyone had to consume cultivation resources like medicinal pills. Even Wu Tongtian was shocked to the extreme when he saw Gu Fei concocting pills. There was no need to mention the others. At this moment, the pill cauldron rapidly shrunk and eventually landed in Gu Fei's hands. The pill cauldron was only the size of a fist, yet it attracted countless gazes. "Master, what pill is this?" Zhou Zairu stared at the pill cauldron in Gu Fei's hands as she curiously asked. "Emo Xian soared Immortal Clearwind, and the others all pricked up their ears. "This is the 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill," Gu Fei calmly replied. 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill? Everyone was shocked. Wu Tongtian was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill? According to the legends, this is a supreme immortal pill that can revive a person from the dead. Wu Tongtian exclaimed in shock. Immortal pills were also divided into 9 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. And the 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill was a top grade immortal pill. In this immortal martial realm, there was no longer anyone who could concoct such a pill. As for Wu Tongtian, as the Grandmaster of the Wu clan, he could only concoct mid-grade immortal pills. He couldn't even concoct high-grade ones. Could it be that this Gu Fei is actually the reincarnation of the legendary pill sovereign? Wu Tongtian's voice was trembling. Above the Grandmaster was the Pill King. Above the Pill King was the Pill Sovereign, and above the Pill Sovereign was the Pill Saint. According to the legends, Pill Saints were able to concoct godly pills. A single godly pill could allow an ordinary person to transform into an immortal physique, ascending to the heavens in a single step. To think that there's actually someone who knows about the origins of the 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill, Gu Fei glanced at Wu Tongtian, who was in the air. "Master, that's the Grandmaster of the Pill Cauldron Aristocrat clan. The Wu clan, Wu Tongtian." Xian Fanyun lowered his head as he spoke. The once lofty heavenly immortal whose name shook the entire immortal martial realm had actually become a green-robed old servant. This caused everyone to feel a sense of surrealism. The Pill Cauldron Aristocrat Clan, Wu Clan? Gu Fei didn't have any strange expressions on his face when he heard this. The Tao of Alchemy and Tao of Weaponry, in his eyes, were merely minor das. He was originally an unrivaled expert at the Eternal Realm, capable of destroying an entire heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. Even though his cultivation base had been weakened, he was still an existence that ordinary immortals couldn't compare to. Whoever can destroy the godly saber sect, I will concoct a pill for him. Even if it's a godly pill, it's not a problem. Gu Fei stated. He knew that he had been concocting pills in the Myriad World sect for a total of 49 days and had already alarmed countless experts. Right now, there was no lack of experts in the vicinity of the Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds. There were even golden immortals spectating from afar. Golden immortals were the strongest existences in the immortal martial realm. What? The moment the words left Gu Fei's mouth, those old antiques couldn't sit still anymore. That was a godly pill, something that only pill saints could concoct in the legends, especially those that could raise one's cultivation base. Just one was enough to allow a heavenly immortal to break through to the golden immortal realm. Those fellows who had been stuck at the heavenly immortal realm for countless years couldn't wait to kill their way into the godly saber sect and annihilate them. This move of Gu Fei's was indeed powerful. He didn't even need to make a move himself, and there were already people helping him to destroy the godly saber sect. However, the godly saber sect was a major power in the central immortal realms, and they had 3 heavenly immortals guarding them. It wouldn't be an easy task to annihilate them. Even so, there were still people making their move. Boom! An extremely powerful immortal light shot up into the sky, directly disappearing into the void. Someone had directly killed his way into the godly saber sect. The godly saber sect was in for it. No heavenly immortal would be able to resist the temptation of a godly pill. This was especially so for those peak-stage, heavenly immortal realm existences. They would go crazy for it, willing to pay any price to obtain it. The godly saber sect was a second-rate power in the central immortal realms. The disciples of the sect cultivated the saber. With a saber in hand, the world is mine. The sect leader of the godly saber sect was definitely the strongest expert in the immortal martial realm in the Tao of the saber sect. There was no one who could be compared to him. Once his tyrannical saber was unleashed, it could break mountains and rivers, slash apart the sun and moon. However, at this moment, the sect leader of the godly saber sect was incomparably terrified. This was because he received a piece of news that caused everyone in the godly saber sect to feel despair. Gu Fei actually wanted to use a godly pill to exchange for the entire godly saber sect. A single godly pill could allow a heavenly immortal realm expert to break through to the golden immortal realm. Upon thinking of this, the sect leader of the godly saber sect, Hubadeo, was stunned. One must know that he was also at the peak stage of the heavenly immortal realm. This godly pill had an irresistible temptation to him. Sect leader, what should we do? This news has already spread to the entire central immortal realms. An elder of the godly saber sect said in horror, "The godly saber sect has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Is it going to be destroyed in our own hands?" Hubadeo was extremely depressed. Father, Hu was shivering at the side. This disaster was caused by him. If he hadn't provoked that Gu Fei wouldn't have annihilated the godly saber sect. Unfilial son, look at what you've done. Hubadeo waved his right hand. Pa. Hu was sent flying away, falling onto the ground of the godly saber sect's main hall. Chapter 4064. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. At the peak of the Brahma Pure Sect's ancestral grounds, Shinchi stared in the direction of the Myriad World sect as she sighed with emotions. Gu Fei had once said that the things he wanted, the Brahma Pure sect wouldn't be able to give them. Gu Fei was right. The things he wanted, the Brahma Pure sect wouldn't be able to give them. At this moment, the news of Gu Fei wanting the origin energy of heaven and earth had already circulated throughout the central immortal realms. Countless people were shocked, especially those major characters in the immortal martial realm. One must know that if the origin energy of heaven and earth was taken away by someone, the entire realm would slowly move towards destruction. Hence, nothing must happen to the origin energy of the immortal martial realm. When she thought of how Gu Fei wanted to fight against the entire immortal martial realm alone, Xinxi's heart palpitated. That was the entire immortal martial realm. Wasn't he courting death by making an entire realm his enemy? At this moment, in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, Gu Fei was leisurely sipping on his tea. Master, they have been waiting outside for half a day. Are you really not going to meet them? Zhou Ziru asked. I'm not meeting them, Gu Fei calmly replied. Outside Gu Fei's residence, there were many people who wanted to meet Gu Fei. Some wanted to request for Gu Fei to concoct pills for them. Some wanted to take Gu Fei as their master, and some even wanted to become Gu Fei's servant. However, regardless of the purpose of these people, Gu Fei wouldn't meet them. He couldn't be bothered with them. Yes, Zhou Ziru retreated. And at this moment, outside the ancestral grounds of the Godly Blade sect, several mysterious figures appeared. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful, staring down at the heavens with disdain. In the ancestral grounds of the Godly Blade sect, everyone was on their guard. This was especially so for the sect leader of the Godly Blade sect, Hubadeo. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous sound thundered out from the ancestral grounds of the Godly Blade sect, causing the entire place to tremble. Everyone was dumbfounded. From the ancestral grounds of the Godly Blade sect, over 10 incomparably powerful figures rushed out. That is, Hubadeo and the rest of the experts from the Godly Knife sect looked up at the sky. They were extremely shocked. A figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in the air, drawing in the boundless power of the heavens and earth. Thunderous rumbles could be heard from the depths of the sky. That mysterious expert actually attracted countless meteorites. These meteorites directly smashed down from the starry sky, directly rubbing against the air, and all the meteorites started burning in the air. One thought to move stars. Are you a senior expert from Star Palace? Hubadeo stared at the figure and said coldly. The man did not speak. Another meteorite fell from the sky and directly hit the defensive formation of the ancestral land of the Divine Knife sect, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The defensive matrix of the entire Godly Knife sect's ancestral land was shaking. In the void, a huge light shield appeared, and countless ancient patterns appeared on the light shield. Damn it! Hubadeo was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out a blade light. Buzz. Everyone could only hear the buzzing of the divine blade. Then, an extremely brilliant blade light soared into the sky and slashed at the figure in the sky. Wherever the blade light passed, heaven and earth seemed to be split in half. Countless meteorites that fell from the starry sky exploded. High up in the sky, flames soared into the sky. Seal. The mysterious figure drew in the power of the stars, and the entire void immediately froze. Boundless starlight appeared in the void, as though a star region had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! The incomparably resplendent saber light directly exploded in front of the mysterious expert, only to see a mass of starlight enveloping the mysterious expert. Hubadeo's blade could not break the star realm surrounding the mysterious expert, nor could it hurt the mysterious expert at all. Hubadeo was the leader of the Godly Knife sect, an expert at the peak of Fairy Immortal. With a single blade, mountains and rivers would shatter, and stars would fall. However, such a powerful blade could not break the mysterious expert's Fairy Immortal realm. The mysterious expert's cultivation was definitely above Hubadeo's. He was at least a half-step Golden Immortal, or even a Golden Immortal. Blade formation. Hubadeo roared. The dozen experts of the Godly Knife sect beside him immediately dispersed. Boom! Incomparably brilliant blade light rushed out from each of them. Each of them was like a peerless heavenly blade that was suddenly unsheathed. Terrifying blade energy spread out, shaking the heaven and earth. 18 people instantly formed a blade formation. Countless formation runes were faintly discernible in the void. Hubadeo stood in the center of the formation. His white hair was fluttering wildly in the wind. His chi kept rising, and very soon, it broke through the limit of Fairy Immortal. Blade come. Hubadeo stretched out his right hand. In the ancestral land of the godly knife sect, the sound of a blade resounded through the 9 heavens. Then, a mountain peak exploded with a boom. Blade light soared into the sky. A divine blade rushed out from the exploded mountain peak and fell into Hubadeo's hand in an instant. The moment the divine blade was in his hand, Hubadeo's chi immediately became overbearing to the extreme. His might suppressed the heaven and earth, shaking the universe. It was as if he could destroy the heaven and earth with a single blade. At this moment, Hubadeo was truly overbearing. With a blade in hand, his chi dominated the world. The other 17 people that formed the blade formation gathered their power on Hubadeo. This overbearing power directly raised Hubadeo's strength to the golden immortal realm, especially the divine blade in Hubadeo's hand. It was a golden immortal Tao artifact left behind by the founder of the godly knife sect. At this time, Hubadeo looked like a peerless golden immortal descending to the world with the immortal knife sect in hand. Up in the sky, the mysterious expert saw this scene and could not help but be moved. Although the godly knife sect was a second-rate force in the central immortal domain, it definitely did not rely on luck to be able to survive for hundreds of thousands of years. The godly knife sect's ultimate blade formation was one of the best, and the golden immortal Tao artifact, the immortal extinguishing blade, was also one of the best. This was the reason why the godly knife sect was so confident. "I don't care who you are. You can go to hell." Hubadeo roared angrily. He held the blade with both hands and slashed at the mysterious expert in the sky with all his might. Swoosh! The blade light that rushed out of Hubadeo's hand directly tore the heaven and earth apart. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. The immortal blade light directly broke the layer of star god power outside the mysterious expert's body and split the mysterious expert's domain in one slash. The blade light broke through the layer of star god power outside the mysterious expert's body and split the mysterious expert's domain in one slash. Just as the immortal blade light was about to split the mysterious expert in half, a divine shield suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious expert. Boom! The peerless blade slashed on the divine shield, causing the starlight on the divine shield to dissipate. The star Tao patterns on the divine shield crumbled and cracks appeared on it. What? The mysterious expert was inexplicably shocked. The power of this blade was far beyond his expectations. The next moment, another blade light slashed up from below. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine shield that blocked in front of the mysterious expert had more cracks. The entire divine shield was dim and looked like it could break at any time. Preposterous! The mysterious expert was anxious. This divine shield could no longer withstand the third slash. He directly smashed the divine shield in his hand at Hubadeo. Hubadeo's blade light flashed, and the divine shield that was smashed at him directly exploded. The blade light rushed through and once again slashed at the mysterious expert's body. This time, the mysterious expert couldn't block Hubadeo's blade. 10th star field. The mysterious expert roared angrily. Endless star god power descended from the sky and instantly gathered on his body. The next moment, his figure became blurred. The blade light directly slashed through his blurred figure. It was just an afterimage. The mysterious expert's real body appeared in another void. At this time, billions of starlight were attracted by him and instantly condensed into a big starlight hand. It directly slapped at Hubadeo below. Rumble! The entire universe was shaking, as though it could crumble under the big hand at any time. The big starlight hand was like a divine mountain descending from the sky. Before it actually slapped down, Hubadeo and the others below were already suffocating. Then, there was no doubt that the mysterious expert was definitely an exceptional expert from Star Palace. His star mystic skill was earth-shattering. However, Hubadeo definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He operated his mystic skill and devoured the other 17 people's power. The exterminate celestial blade in his hand was vibrating continuously. The divine blade seemed to be coming alive. The exterminate celestial blade wasn't an extreme divine weapon. There wasn't any god in the blade. That was the essential difference between an extreme divine weapon and other doctrine weapons. If a doctrine weapon gave birth to a god, it would be like it had a life. The person who could create life was only an extreme supreme master. Even an immortal couldn't create life because it was truly a great power that defied the natural order. Die. Hubadeo had no way out. If it wasn't death, it would be him. He didn't care about the price and activated the exterminate celestial blade in his hand. The next moment, there were ancient divine patterns that appeared on the exterminate celestial blade. The power of the exterminate celestial blade was finally released completely. Virum. The peerless divine blade rushed out of Hubadeo's hand and turned into a blade radiance that slashed upwards. The blade radiance soared into the sky and split the big starlight hand in half. With a flash of the blade radiance, the mysterious expert was also split in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. The godly knife gate's peerless blade formation combined with the exterminate celestial blade could actually produce such a powerful force. Some of the people who wanted to make a move endured the urge. It was impossible for the godly knife gate to be able to survive for hundreds of thousands of years without some unique skills. Hubadeo's saber strike shocked many people. However, Hubadeo had underestimated the allure of a divine pill for cultivators. Some of the cultivators had retreated, but even more powerful existences had stepped forward. Hubadeo, come out and die. An old man riding an old goat appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the godly knife gate. It's you? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.